I like the song though. I don't mind hearing it.
Yeah.
Gas masks and hand grenades. Gas masks and hand grenades. Gas masks and hand grenades. Gas masks and hand grenades.
Best laid plans, man. Everything's always supposed to go according to schedule, and then it's a clusterfuck. So, anyway, here we are, guys. We are live this time, finally here. People are dipping in and out. I don't know what's going on here. We just lost Doug again.
There you have
Here we are, guys. And now we've got a big fucking.
Somebody has their audio on their YouTube tab open.
Yeah,
it's not me. There you
here we are, guys. What the hell? That wasn't before. We didn't have that going on. Hello? Hello? Okay. Good Lord. What a nightmare. What's going on, Doug? Are you having issues with keeping a signal or what?
The audio is coming across funky, so I thought I'd shut off and restart.
I don't know if it's you or not. I'm not sure where it's coming from. I guess we're just going to have to limp along. I'll try to troubleshoot. This is why I say show up 10 minutes early so I can try to figure things out. But anyways, I'm just being a douchebag. But anyway, so here we are. We are live. We are going with this thing. When this thing started, Electric Meditations, which was going to be a study of electronica, ambient, drone, dark ambient, noise, etc., etc. My plan was to have one or two people on. Well, that kind of changed a little. So as you can see, I've got a full panel here tonight. We're waiting to see if Brian can make it in. I think he's having some major stress with his audio, so we'll see what happens there. But I do want to introduce my panel tonight. I've got Nick, Necrotic Nick from Thralls of Metal. And next to him, I've got Melinda. Hi, Melinda.
Hi.
Melinda did two really cool deep dives with me, Dead Can Dance and Boards of Canada. I've got Jake. Jake is here. Hello, Jake. Jake has done Catatonia, but he was interested in jumping in on this one, and we're glad to have him because he chose some really cool shit. I got Serge. Serge has been here like forever. I mean, he's like a fixture on here. Unfortunately for him, I think he's probably thinking. And we've got Kellen from Killing for Company. And Kellen, we've done Neurosis and Yob and that it?
Bluthaus Nord.
Bluthaus Nord, yeah, on your channel. Yep. And then we've got below him, we've got Florida Doug. I don't know if I'd brag about that.
Hello.
Doug, just... What's up, Doug? Doug's done No Man with me and also Stephen Wilson a bit in that. And I think that's it, right?
Yeah.
Next in, we got Dreadful Rick, Droning Dreadful.
I'm just here to take up space.
He's always coming up.
Everybody knows. I'm just filling
stuff. Yeah.
Just filling space.
Just filling space. Yeah.
Don't mind me.
Rick's been here a lot. Rick's passing out. I think he was moving somebody today. So, and then next in, we've got a newbie here. We've got this guy. I'm gonna blow him up a second. Put him on blast for a second. We've got this guy who, Stunty from Stunty. What's your channel again? Tell me.
StuntrockConfusion.
StuntrockConfusion. As you can see, he has a few records behind him, just a few, not many. And he is coming to us from the wee hours of an island somewhere off the coast of Sweden. And he's been enjoying midsummer just a wee bit too much, probably, right?
Yeah, there's been quite a few of these emptied in the past few days.
Yeah, you were drinking schnapps, right?
Yeah.
Oh, God, I cannot drink schnapps, man. Oh, my God.
By itself?
By itself, yeah. Oh, man. So Stunty's here, and Stunty has quite a cool channel. And by the way, everybody's channels or Instagram is linked below with the exception of Doug and Melinda, who don't really do the social media thing, which is totally cool. Everybody else's, their stuff is below in the description. And we're going to hope to get Brian in here. We may have a cameo by my buddy John Comiskey later and possibly by Chuck later. So we're going to get started on this thing. We're going to talk about electronic music, and that really encompasses a lot of different genres as far as I'm concerned. I mean, you've got Stunty's already making squinty faces at me here, but I mean, there's a lot of elements to the electronic sort of thing. Now, what I wanted to kind of focus on was, as I mentioned, some of them, and they're in the description, things like electronica, EDM, IDM, noise. Now, noise, I guess you could say, may not be electronic to some degree because you can beat on trash cans, but if you're amplifying it, you're making it electronic. So that's why I say a lot of times a lot of this stuff is still electronic if you're using any amplification to get your sound across. So what we wanted to avoid in this episode was we completely wanted to avoid talking about metal, hard rock, rock, pop, jazz, any of those things. So if anybody, I did a cursory exam of everybody's 5 choices, and for the most part, I believe everybody passed the test. Nick's a little borderline on a choice or two, but I let him slide because.
Was there letter grades?
What's that? Do I have letter grades for you guys? At the end, I will have letter grades. Yes, correct. So,
shooting for a C+.
You're already there. Hang on one second.
Yes.
Get Brian back.
I can leave.
We
Sweet.
did not
All
get Brian back. Haven't heard from Brian. So let's start real quick before we dive into the actual individual album choices here. Let's do this thing that I always do in my deep dives and talk about what your first memory is of getting into electronic. And again, it could be synth, it could be dark ambient, it could be ambient, it could be any of these genres that I set forth in the original emails to you guys. So we're going to go to a individual thing here, and we'll start with Nick.
Oh God, man! Honestly, like in terms of like the sound of like synthesizers and electronic beats, it probably goes back to the '80s. Like, you know, listening to stuff like Thompson Twins and Depeche Mode and a lot of the standard stuff. But I really think I started to latch onto it around the time I started hearing like industrial music, like Skinny Puppy and Nine Inch Nails, Frontline Assembly, stuff like that. I was like, okay, this is kind of like a different kind of dark and heavy. It's still sinister, but it's not always sinister with guitars. And became kind of fascinated with all the cool layering of electronic noises and such. And that kind of branched out into a whole bunch of different electronic, oriented bands. And it's like a good break from all the insanely heavy shit that I generally listen to. So yeah, that's pretty much it there.
Cool. Melinda, how about you?
Well, I was in my teens. I was probably, I don't know, I'm going to say like 14 or 15. And I used to hang out at my now husband's parents' house. And his uncle would come over a lot and just bring like every weird album you could think of, like really obscure stuff, like a lot of German stuff, like Klaus Schulze. And he would just play it for us. And we loved it. And so that was where we started getting into just really different music than the mainstream. And it just stuck with me.
When was this? What year?
So it had to be like the early 80s.
Early 80s. Yeah, Don's big into that too. Your husband's big into the whole electronic thing. So that makes complete sense. All right. Kellen, how about you, sir?
So probably my teenage years. And I kind of got into the genres we're talking about tonight through sort of following down a trail of probably a more established genre. So I was really into hip hop, but when I started to get to know DJ, like people in the community, they listened to a lot of trip hop and other sort of producers. The more I got into doom metal, the more sort of drone appeared in my listening habits. The more I got into black metal, industrial things started to appear. So it was just as an extension of becoming more versed in other genres that sort of led me down this path.
Yep. I think that's probably all of us to one extent or another, but that's good stuff. Serge, how about you?
High school again, like a lot of stuff, it goes back to Floyd, which is my, like original love when I first moved here. And then at some point through Floyd, I ran across Tangerine Dream, and that was like that was the catalyst or the gateway.
Yeah.
So, and then it evolved from there, and then eventually I also got to Golf Industrial, so I kind of went into it from another direction. And
So you didn't hear that Euronymous' favorite album was Zeit, and that pushed you in the Tangerine Dream? Nah, okay.
but since then I've probably I've touched a lot of different facets, I think, of the overall genre, which is there is no single genre. So
Right. And I make fun about the Euronymous thing, but a lot of teenage kids that were listening to Mayhem that heard that probably did go discover Tangerine Dream because of that, to be honest with you. So, all right, Jake, how about you, man?
Yeah. So probably my very first exposure to anything that would fall under this, umbrella would probably be back in like late high school, and that would be like Du Hast by Rammstein. But that was a very like isolated song. Like I didn't expand past that at that time. I listened to a couple other Rammstein songs, and I didn't really get into it. And so it wasn't until years later, because I had a very, compared to what I listen to now, a lot more accessible taste in music. So I wasn't exposed to a lot of the stuff in this umbrella. Not until I started expanding my taste into the more extreme metal side did I start to branch out and find things like dungeon synth and the more industrial stuff and some darkwave and that kind of stuff. So it wasn't until about 4, 5, 6 years ago that I really started to get into this.
Yeah, and you're a little bit younger than some of us. Not a lot. You and Kellen are I think the two young guys. So that makes kind of more sense. Yeah.
So I'm still pretty relatively new to most of this stuff.
Well, you had some real good choices that we're going to get into here shortly, so that's cool. Stunty, how about you, man? You're an old man like me, kind of, sort of, not quite, but close. You've got a little bit of experience to draw on there.
Yeah, well, I think I was thinking about that, and I honestly think that. Do you guys remember this '60s, like almost like a novelty band called Napoleon 14?
Napoleon 14?
Yeah, they had a song, "They're Coming to Take Me Away."
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and the B-side of it was the same song but played backwards. And I had a tape recorder, and I was obsessed with that when I was 9 years old, trying to figure out how to do that. And tape recorder is the first electronic music, music concrète. And I was doing that, like making cut-ups just for fun. So I think that was the first thing, and then it was probably Hawkwind. Discovered the Hawkwind because of Michael Moorcock, the writer who wrote lyrics for them and Blue Oyster Cult. And the Black Blade by Blue Oyster Cult, where you get the vocoder of
that's about a Moorcock character, right? I forget his name. What, Prince Elric?
Elric, the necromancer.
Yeah, Elric from Melnibone, I think it was. Yeah.
Yeah, basically the song is first you got Elric talking about his sword, and the sword is kind of like mighty but also kind of sketchy, and then you get the sword, the demon sword, like through a vocoder, which basically sounds almost like a Daft Punk song from 81 or something like that.
Nice, man, nice.
And I made I made like a tape, like I looped it, so I would have like the vocoder part like looped for 40 minutes or so on a cassette.
No way, that's trippy. All right, Rick, you ready? Your turn.
Yeah, my first memory of what you call electronic music or whatever, or just ambient stuff, was probably everybody's first experience. It's probably Kmart, like department people shopping for bras and underwear and things like that. And I remember being captivated by the sounds and just not having any vocals, right? Just let the music and the rhythm take you. But then sometime later, my family had a video store before Blockbuster came in and killed us. And the movie soundtracks would be playing in the background. So these John Williams scores and stuff, and the Star Wars soundtrack and all that stuff was pretty cool. So and it just puts you back in the movie without actually watching the movie. So that was one way to kind of experience that. And then further along the line, then you had separate artists who you wouldn't consider to be part of this kind of, I guess, material, but they would have select tracks where they would kind of do their experimental stuff. And I remember kind of honing in on that kind of thing. So, you'd have your kind of your typical regular thing, and then you'd have the sort of the B-side stuff. And
Oh yeah.
I remember, and then finding out like there's entire albums like this, so then slowly kind of progressing in it. But to me, it's always been like a passive listening thing. I don't say I want to listen to this one ambient track and it must be this one thing. It's usually like entire albums. I just let it play. So that kind of a deal.
Brian's not going to make it. He's trying to figure out what's going on and can't sort it out. So, so now actually I'll check in with Chuck and see what's going on with him. Yeah. So Doug, how about you now? Doug, are you in your? I knew you were going to show them off back there.
I'm sorry. What?
It. Well, I'm looking at behind you there. You got your 8,000 modular synths back there, right?
Yeah, that's my synthesizers.com mega synth. It's, I think 88 modules. Something like
How many?
88 in total. I've been putting it together for years now. There's other modules besides synthesizers.com. I've got several other things hanging around in my immediate reach, including guitars. But
yeah, we won't tell where Doug lives, but he only has like about 44 guitars and 88 synth modules, and yeah. So there you go. Where'd you come into electronic music? And I know you dig this a lot. That's why it was cool to have you in.
Well, I might be the old guy here. My parents were rather repressive, and they didn't want us, the kids, listening to music other than what they wanted us to hear. My dad worked for Capitol Records and stuff. So when the radio was on, it was always a popular music station. And I remember early, like 1970, this song was called Popcorn.
Oh yeah.
I think it's like 3 minutes long or so. It's a guy, Gershon Kingsley. And I think the whole thing was synths. And it was a top 40 song. And it always fascinated me. I didn't know why it was different from other songs, but it was. And, that was my intro. 72, I think it was. One of my rebel cousins gave me Pink Floyd's Metal album, and I played that thing to death. And then late 70s, I started getting into new wave and punk underground. So there's just a litany of artists that came out during that time. Some of them came to the surface to regular radio, but a lot of them came and went, just, creating a couple of albums. But it was, I'd say, Emerson, Lake and Palmer. My three big bands were Pink Floyd, Emerson, Lake and Palmer, and Yes. And I guess the common theme between all of them are, they're heavily synth. And it was specifically Carnival number 9.
Oh yeah.
And I think it's part 2, where Keith Emerson's playing this very simple tune, and it just kept on going faster and faster and faster till it was just like this sound. I always wondered how he did that. There's no way you can play that fast, and that's, decades later I found out about sequencers and how all that works. So
cool.
That's kind of my intro to everything. Gary Newman was big back then.
Late 70s, right?
I'm sorry?
Late 70s, right?
Early 70s.
Newman?
And he's still out there today putting out some really fantastic albums.
Yeah, I mean, Gary didn't really hit America until 78 with Cars. I mean, he had the Two-Way Army album before that, and what's the first one there? The ones with
that's after.
That was later in the 70s.
Right, later in the 70s, right. 77, 78. So, all right, real quick on me, and then we'll get started with the albums here. For me, and you are the oldest one, Doug, but you got me beat by like a couple years here. I think that my first memory of what I would term electronic music, of course, you're talking about Cars. that's still a pop song. I mean, but it does, it's got the is that the ARP or the Moog? I can't remember what he's using on that. ARP, I think it is, isn't it? Or the Mini. I forget which one it is. But the I really fucking fell in love with that song. And when I was at my first job, I think I was 12 or 13, and I was the shitty dishwasher dude that was back in the hole that couldn't come out, and we had a radio back there, and that song was on like every fourth song. But that wasn't my first memory. I believe my first memory was I had an older cousin who would kind of prime me with certain albums and things like that, and he gave me In-A-Gadda-Da-Vida and Phaedra, and this would have been probably 75, 76 probably. So I'm hearing one of the quintessential synth albums of the of all time, and Phaedra, and I didn't get it. It scared me, man. It was like kind of haunting and sort of a little bit scary for me, to be honest with you, but I grew to really love that. And that's one band I did not choose, but I actually could have now because Brian's not going to be here. So maybe I'll throw that in as one of my my honorable mentions. But with Tangerine Dream, they're kind of one of the granddaddies. Now, are they the beginning of it? No. There was John Cale was doing weird stuff, and there were other found sound artists. I mean, I remember in the have you guys any of you guys seen oh shit, I'm gonna forget the name of it. The sci-fi movie with Leslie Nielsen in it and the Robbie the Robot.
Forbidden Planet.
Forbidden Planet, thank you. In that movie, all the music is theremin.
It's Bébé Baron. Bébé Baron.
Say again?
Bébé Baron did the soundtrack of that.
Okay, that was the soundtrack. Yeah, and that was all electronic, and it was super fucking cool and super weird and super trippy. And that's where a lot of those 50s and 60s sci-fi movies used a lot of these trippy sound effect things. And, like I said, the theremin was one of them, and early synthesizers. Yeah, Wendy and Carlos in the 60s. So there was, a lot of stuff to get into there. But for me, I'm about 90% sure that my first exposure to electronic was probably Phaedra, which is not a bad place to start. So, okay, we'll try to keep the same group here. I want to look and see where I am getting one bark back. Is everybody getting that?
No.
Slightly.
Maybe I'm only hearing it on my end. I did turn my mic down though.
No, I think it's coming from Doug.
Coming from me?
I've had my mic muted all this time.
Yeah, he had his mic muted, so I don't think it's him.
Yeah, mine was muted just then, so it's not me.
I'm wondering if it's me. And Kellen's been muted for a while too. Serge, I'm gonna mute you for a minute. Hold on. Hello. Sid, I think it's Serge.
No, sir, Church.
What's that?
I think it's upside down church.
Oh, upside down church. No,
I was already muted, Jeff, anyway, so.
He's been muted, though. I thought.
Oh, what?
I don't know what's going on here, man. Why the fuck does this happen? All right. Anyway. Nick, why don't you go ahead and go first?
We might be exceeding the bandwidth a bit.
You think so? I've had 10 people on before and never had problems. Could be. Maybe it's my bandwidth that's acting funky. All right, Nick, I'll let you go first with your first choice.
First one, and not the first band I thought of, but let's save that for an honorable mention. When I got into more electronic music, like buying my own, it was around the 90s, and Chemical Brothers started kind of stirring things up. Now, this wasn't the first thing I heard by them. That was Dig Your Own Hole, because fucking block rock and beats, that song was fucking everywhere, and I still absolutely love it. But this was the first one I got, and I just like it because these guys, I don't know, they still kind of came off as kind of a rock band, even though everything was all sampled and looped. And it kind of has that sort of swagger, except with this sort of like funky drum and bass sort of style of groove. And that was something I kind of, realized early on, is like, the trance stuff is kind of cool, like, but after a while, it got really old. and I liked hearing electronic music that would vary up the beats, like, you know, change the pace a little bit, give me like a flat out, like kind of funky sort of rock groove. And Chemical Brothers fucking did that. Like, dude, Chemical Beats is still one of my favorite Chemical Brothers songs. I mean, Leave Home, I mean, that's got the classic loop, the brother's gonna work it out. Yeah, this whole album's awesome. I really love a lot of Chemical Brothers. In fact, I own most of their albums. But this first one that I picked up is still probably a favorite of mine because it kind of set a standard. Yeah, the other one, someone else picked it, but it's gonna be, again, an honorable mention. But yeah, Chemical Brothers, like, this is just quality 90s. God, I mean, I feel calling it techno is insulting. I don't know. It's too good to be techno. It's just awesome.
Stadium techno.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, it's techno for like rock guys, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So it's kind of insulting to call it techno.
It is like that feels like you're kind of dogging it a little bit. Like, oh, you know, it's just techno. It's like, no.
No. I mean the other way around.
Hmm?
I mean the other way around.
Oh, like it's good to call it techno?
Yeah.
I mean, it is techno. There's nothing wrong with that.
I mean, I don't know. Like, I always thought of techno as
Yeah.
like, it's, I don't know. Like, I'd rather call it like electronic music than techno.
I don't think there's anything wrong with techno.
I mean, there's really no difference there, but
I think we're splitting hairs a little there. Yeah.
maybe a little bit. But
Um,
they were, again, like, they kind of appeal to people that were more into rock with their style of sampling and looping and such.
yeah, they definitely had a little bit more of a. I don't want to say they were Beastie Boys so much, but they were more aligned with them than they were with, say, you know, I don't know, something that might come up here later where it's more, you know, well, one of Serge's choices in particular. So, yeah, I mean, that's a good pick, and that was, like I said, that one is borderline, but not as much as the one that we're going to talk about, which is a little more rock oriented. Which, you know, I understand you were kind of.
No, but
I have a caveat on that one.
Yeah.
They used to be called the Dust Brothers, and they had to change their name because there was another band that was called the same thing, and that was doing the same thing, which is basically hip hop on the electronic side of things. Or
The Fight Club soundtrack.
Yeah.
I almost picked the Fight Club soundtrack.
Cool. All right. Oh, geez, why am I? Let's see, who was next? Melinda, I think you were next here. What you want to go with first?
So the first album that I picked was Vegas by the Crystal Method. And it's definitely the most mainstream album that's on my list. But it's such a good album. I love it. It takes me back to a certain place and time in my life. And I loved that it was really kind of one of the front runner albums to bring that genre into more of the mainstream. There's just wonderful beats on that album, like really nice, warm, fat analog sounds, great vocal samples, great vocals by Trixie Rice. She sings on a couple songs on there. I want to say there were like 5 tracks on that album that actually had some commercial success, which is pretty cool. And it was definitely one of the heavily featured albums on I don't know if you guys remember this, the MTV show Amp, which was on like 96 to 01. And that's kind of where I came across some of these types of bands, like Chemical Brothers being one of those as well. Obviously the rave scene was booming at that time, and this was like a soundtrack to that whole scene, and it was just a really good time in my life. So I had to put this one on my list.
Yeah, this is one that I own, and I own, I think, the one Chemical Brothers that Nick said, but I have to be honest with you, haven't listened to them in years and couldn't tell you what they sound like.
Oh, it's awesome. Dude, Busy Child was a single. High Roller, that's up there with like a top 5 song by them for me.
Trip Like I Do, Keep Hope Alive.
Yep.
Trip Like I Do, I kind of remember. That one sticks out.
Yeah. That's the opening track on the album. That's a good one.
Play.
Cool.
Yeah, they were-
Kellen, I think you were next. Am I right?
All right. For my first choice, I picked Nod with Subterranean Rights. Nod is a project out of Minneapolis, Minnesota, and it's been around for a while now. Grant Richardson's the artist who does it. Subterranean Rights was all recorded, as the title would suggest, underground in different sewer systems and abandoned complexes within the Minneapolis area. It's kind of a mix. This is probably the most ambient recording in the catalog. Prior, he's known for mostly power electronics, so it has a little bit of the like vocal effects that you would hear from something like Godflesh or Pitch Shifter or something like that. But it's mostly a dark ambient listen that you can hear sort of like the industrial sort of smacking and you would get in like a sewer system or something like that. So
what year is that
cool
one?
stuff. This came out a couple years ago. I think it's 2020.
How'd you learn of that one? That's an interesting pick.
Rolling
around Bandcamp or?
Yeah, I mean Grant Richardson, in terms of like, it's there's a few labels that you'll see from me just pulling consistently here this evening. So Malignant Records, Cloister, and Cyclic Law. So I think
Law, of course.
So it's one of those labels that I will keep in touch with, and when they sign that grant and nod for that specific release, I was quick to pick it up. So
nice. I like that. When I saw that initially, I thought, oh, it's Gnaw Their Tongues. I'm like, oh no, it's Gnaw. Okay.
Yeah, just nod, and then you can kind of see here's your like inside the sewer, whatever.
Of course.
Photo there.
I gotta check that one out because I like that dark ambient shit.
Is the cover a scratch and sniff?
Okay. Serge?
That was a missed opportunity there. Scratches.
It was a missed opportunity, yeah.
All right. So I'm a little bit going to feature the 90s a little bit more than anything else here, but this is one of my favorites, and it's Future Son of London, Dead Cities. It's hard for me to pick between this and Life Forms because both of these are excellent. How do I describe this? So imagine Dead Cities. You ever been in those art installations where they have, or a museum or something, where they have an audio portion and you can kind of walk around and it takes you through it, not words, but just either music or ambience, or helps you better appreciate the experience. So this, if you can imagine like diving into this Dead City, exploring Dead City, there's a lot of dark ambient, but also it's more aggressive. There's some bigger beats in there. One of the songs actually sampled Run DMC. There's a lot going on, and it takes you on a journey, which I love it. I love in my electronic music. So if
we have explosive,
that's the song that sampled Run DMC.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's creepy. It's again, it takes you into different spaces. Has some different moods across the tracks. Goes from ambient to more aggressive, more industrial in some places. So
that's a good choice. That was one I had kind of on my periphery, and I was like, I'll let somebody else that might need an easier picking one do that, because I've got most of their stuff. Stunty, what's your opinion on FSOL?
Well, they are kind of one of the 2-3 first UK bands doing that with Black Dog. It's kind of like ambient techno with the Orb. It's when they started to do albums of that kind of music, which was before only singles with the 808 State, guy called Gerald and all that. But Papa Nui Gwyn. That was the first single of that kind of music that really got into the charts, I think.
Yeah, and now they do the iceness, or what is it called?
No,
Androgynous.
they do. They have. They're rich,
Tons.
so they don't care. They just released tons of new albums
Yeah.
and archival. I have many of these. Some are really good. Let me see quickly if I have them here. Yeah, stuff like that.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, this. Yeah, but lots of new stuff, and also they did some stuff with Andrew Weatherall under different names.
They did a prog album with Peter Hamill from
Yeah.
Vandergraaf Generator.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
trippy as fuck. Yeah, I was just
Yeah.
curious what you thought of those guys. All right, you're up. So give us
So,
your.
so
Well,
is
actually,
this,
did I jump? I think I
is
jumped
this-
you out of. We'll come to you next, Jake.
is this still the honorary mentions?
No, this is your first of your
Okay.
5.
Because of what people were saying, first I wanted to quickly.
Oh yeah, cool.
But I changed a little bit just because of some of
fine.
the comments, which is kind of interesting though, because someone mentioned Omni Trio,
Oh yeah.
which was on the Suburban on Moving Shadow, one of the 3 main jungle labels, UK hardcore with Suburban Bass and Rainforest. But this is interesting that someone mentioned Omni Trio, because Omni Trio is like kind of intelligent jungle before it became drum and bass in 95 or so. But Omni Trio is actually Robert Hegg, who used to release albums on United Dairies, the Nurse with Wounds label,
Yeah.
in the early 80s. It's interesting when you consider electronic music, since the studio music, there can be so many connections and unexpected trajectories. People coming from like avant-garde to then post-punk, ambient, industrial, and then embracing dance music, and then
Or
going
coming
full
from
circle.
metal and going into dance
or
music.
disco
is again-
even.
Yeah. Cool. Omni Trio then.
Yeah.
Omni Trio. I'll have to look into
Yeah,
that.
it's one of the.
What year is that?
This is from '95. This one, they had like a few EPs before, but this is one of the very first real albums of jungle.
Are they still doing it, or are they done? Are they fold
Like
up?
some stuff get reissued, and now it's become cult. So they are like he gets asked to redo some of this stuff, but. Yeah, I mean, this is music of a time also.
Yeah. Makes sense. All right. Sorry about that, Jake. Well, I may screw up here and there, but I'll get everybody in.
Yeah, no worries. So my picks, I kind of went for the albums that I kind of consider my starting points, my ground zero for the genres that I want to I've expanded on or want to expand on in my collection. So first thing I pulled for, and this is for Dungeon Synth, is this Sequestered Keep, The Veil of Ruined Towers. This came out in 2018 and just got reissued on vinyl, but originally got it on cassette with a small batch of like 10 cassettes. Because I heard Out of Season was one of the kind of go-to labels for Dungeon Synth, so I picked up a handful, and this was the one that really stood out to me. And it's not dark, dungeony, like dingy, like a lot of this stuff is. This is more bright. They call themselves fantasy synth. It reminds me a lot of like, and one of the reasons why I probably got into it so easily was I was really big into summoning, and this is like summoning if you strip out the black metal.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, this came out in 2018, and oddly, this is a local artist to me. I had no idea at that time.
Oh, really?
This guy's based here out of Salt Lake City. He's also behind the project called Fief. I'm sure some people have heard of that one.
Is there a song in there about fairies and elves?
I'm sure elves are mentioned. We got
There
swords.
Well, Thief is for the dragons.
Yeah, Beef has a. Well, this one, my favorite song on this one is When Ageless Dragons Blink Awake. If you listen
Of
to anything
course.
after this, that's the best song on here. But yeah,
Nice. What label was it on again?
Out of Season.
Out of Season. Cool.
It's got a huge catalog. Sequestered Keep.
I'll probably
this
have
is, I
you
think, the
guys.
most recent one.
I'll probably post all these then in the actual body so people can kind of have a reference point to go find them then.
I've heard that, Marty, but I was also trying to confirm that today, and there's conflicting.
What's up, Eric?
Marty? On whether he's Thangorodrin or not.
Christopher, how you doing? Peter, what's up, dude? Sorry, I kind of was having issues trying to figure out the problems we were having audio-wise, so I didn't really pay much attention to the comments. Sorry about that, guys. Cool. Good one. Rick, what you got, man?
Yeah, look at Sequester Keep. It's one of the gold standards of the ones doing it really good as far as the modern dungeon synth.
Yeah.
So I would just want to address one quick elephant in the room. I most of us know this, but it just needs to be said that not everybody here are musicians or produce this kind of content. Like some people, like people with the, with the processor and Casios in the back. So my point is, it's gonna be very hard to describe some of this.
Yeah,
some of us are struggling already.
Right.
With this kind of stuff. So I just thought I'd start out with something happy, but most of the stuff that I listen to that's like this is kind of dark and punishing. So I'll get to that later.
By the way, this is Rick's segue into showing me 25 albums when he was required to only show me 5. Just letting you know. It's
all right. Elephant in the room to another. So this is a fun one. It's just a synthwave. I don't like projects like Perturbator and whatever are very popular right now, kind of the retro 80s kind of stuff. So this is a one-man thing out of Finland, believe it or not. So this is the debut album. It's got a second one. It came out, I think, 2020. So this is 2017. So this is Anvil Strikes. And actually, let me take it out of the case so you can see it better. I mean, you can just look at that futuristic thing right there. And very upbeat, quite dancey. Really good for a nice car drive and to kind of just get yourself in good spirits. And as a matter of fact, it's got a really cool photo in the back of the dude. I mean,
what the hell is that?
Just how stylish is that?
What's the car? Is that a?
I think it's
DeLorean
Camaro.
That's Camaro.
He looks like a Miami Vice villain.
I was just gonna say.
So describe the sound. I'll get to that in a minute. It even came with a nice instruction like how to properly maintain your CDs. So for anybody here,
bitchin' Camaro.
It might be a bitchin' Camaro. It might be an IROC, but to describe this, it's kind of like if Miami Vice, but imagine Miami Vice and Cybertron, right? So
see how he's doing it. See how he's doing it already. I told you, he does it every time.
That was a brilliant ploy. No,
it's so good. It's so good.
But you already get that from the cover. Look at that. I mean, Don Johnson's living in Cybertron. This shit.
He is.
Ain't safe in those streets.
And I love Miami Vice, and I love Transformers. You can't lose. It's win-win.
And actually,
synthwave is the only genre that has a required palette for album covers.
Right?
Nice.
So yeah, that's my first pick.
All right. What was the name of the band again?
Anvil Strikes.
Anvil Strikes. All right. Did you say they were out of Finland?
Yeah, that's what it's listed as. One man synthwave from Finland.
Cool. All right, I'm gonna be lame. I'm gonna get my obvious one out of the way now, because this was another album that kind of was pretty pivotal for me as far as informing me of my love of electronic and synth-based stuff and maybe more experimental stuff. It was the thing that kind of got me moving in the right direction. And this is still one of my top 10 favorite albums of all time, and it's a banger. And you knew it was coming. Jean-Michel Jarre, Oxygène. Am I saying that right, Stunty? I'm probably not saying it right.
No. Jean-Michel Jarre, Oxygène.
Is Jarre.
Jarre.
No E on the end. No A. Right.
I went to school with his kids, actually.
Did you really?
Yeah.
His kid?
Yeah, with 2 of his sons. Yeah.
That's crazy, man. I believe mine is an original. I think it's on. Well, maybe not. It's on Polydor. Was that? Yeah, I think that was it, right?
Well, is it a French pressing?
Dreyfus?
Disco Dreyfus, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, Dreyfus.
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 Richard Dreyfuss.
Richard Dreyfus.
That looks nothing like him.
But yeah, this is now I don't even know where this album came from. My mom maybe had it and maybe I confiscated it, or maybe I just confiscated it from somebody that I knew, because I don't ever remember buying it. It's got some, unfortunately, it's got some damage to the top from water or something like that. But still, just a classic synth album. We're going to listen to a little bit of it later, although I'm sure everyone or most of you have heard a little bit of it. If you haven't, where have you been? It's an epic classic. Stunty, what do you think of that one?
I despise it profoundly.
You despise it. I'm glad I picked it then. I'm super happy I picked it. All right, so where are we at here? We're going to go back to Doug. Did I hit you yet?
No, not yet.
No, not yet.
God damn it, man. It's not staying in the same row. Like when I move, it moves everybody around. So
If you skip over me, I'll let you know. Very
cool.
rudely.
What you got?
So I'm going to start off with Krautrock, Computer World, 1981. That album, it's very basic with its sounds. And let's see, the first Krautrock album was like 1970, and this is 11 years later. In between was the Autobahn album, which I remember in late 70s at work. That song started being played a lot on the radio, and it was like a 6-minute cut, which was really long. When I found out it was really like 12 minutes, I kind of went completely ape shit. But there was a used record store nearby. I would just go and randomly pick stuff, and I, based upon album covers. But I knew I liked that one Kraftwerk album, and I picked up Computer World. It must have been about the time that it was released. And there's it's funky, it's weird, but it's Kraftwerk. And there are some songs on there that really hit me rather well. And it's different than a lot of the other music that I listen to electronically. So that one just kind of grabbed me more than the ones preceding it. And really afterwards, it's my favorite Kraftwerk album.
And you've seen them a couple times?
I've seen them once, and it was only recently.
Florian or no?
Huh?
Was Florian in the band still? Was he alive yet?
No.
Oh, he wasn't. Okay.
So there's only one original guy left. And it was like a year or two ago, I saw them on their 3D tour.
Okay.
Which was still pretty cool. And I've always wanted to see them.
Chuck's going to visit. I think he's popping in shortly, but he's seen them a couple of times too. I think we lost Kellen.
He's right there.
And I don't know. Has anyone else seen Kraftwerk live? I'm doubting it. Maybe.
Yeah, I've seen them twice.
Oh, you have?
I've seen them twice.
Twice? Okay. And with Florian, I guess?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, because when he died? 2018? 17? 18? 19? Somewhere in that range?
Yeah.
And Mel, you said you saw him?
Yeah.
Cool. I missed him, man. I mean, I've heard it's just an amazing spectacle to see him live. It's one I probably missed that I'm not going to get to see, but I wish I would have. But okay, did everybody get a pass?
Back when they used to have whole synth setups, now they just stand in front of a little podium with triggers and
laptops.
You just have the controllers up there, but yeah. When I saw them, they had the 3D thing going, so that's cool.
Yeah, I will say that the one thing about a lot of electronic artists past the 70s into the 80s, where they're just using all MIDI, and this is just my personal perspective, but they're not the most exciting artists to watch if they don't have a visual component, because it's not like they're up there jamming out. It's hard to jam out when you're just pressing a couple buttons on a keyboard. Now it's different if you're watching.
Whoa.
Well,
what's that?
I strongly disagree.
Hold on, they're also turning knobs and pushing sliders and stuff.
Well, if you're doing something with a mixing board, but if you're not doing a mixing board thing and you're just pressing a key, I'm talking about the current modern day stuff where you see them basically just, like specifically a Kraftwerk, where they're not up there actually doing a lot with the mixing board. I get what you're saying. I mean, you watch.
It's not just the key controllers on there. They have other stuff going on. One of them is just doing visual stuff.
Okay. Well, I haven't seen Kraftwerk. I'm just
Well,
saying
a lot of the like more modern stuff, it's especially when you're seeing like DJ things, they're just turning a filter knob up and down for the most part to expand or contract the sound.
Right. Well, I mean, I know.
Oh yeah.
I know Stunty's not happy with me because he's a DJ, so he did a lot of that stuff, and it is very.
I'm a musician. I'm a live artist. I performed with machines, and as you said, with the mixer, the mixing desk. Right. If you plug, for example, a drum machine, if you have 8 outs and you put on 8 different channels, and you use the aux, and you have pedals on each channel, then you can really improvise, play, and especially if you're 2 or more than 2, then it's a dialogue. So it can be very playful.
Right, I get that, and I didn't mean to say. I was talking more about the big sort of MIDI triggered stuff where it's just a guy, and there are those guys. I mean, there's a lot of guys that you see where they are just pushing a button or two. They're not getting into a whole lot of actual sound design live because a lot of times they're just playing a track. Now, I'm not saying that that's the
synth pop.
What's that?
So there could be a level of complexity, and they have a small setup. A lot of the electronic bands that are out there, say like V&V Nation, one guy records it all. They've got 2 guys playing keyboards. They're using
playing is a stretch,
and they actually do play the keyboards. So they've got triggered music, and they're actually playing on top of that.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, because you do watch and I've been to see Puppy, and I know Kevin Key's doing a lot of weirdness up there with radios and with oscillators and filters and whatnot. I think I was talking more about like Kraftwerk, where the video I've seen of them lately, it does look like they're standing at podiums doing not much. So
yeah, but it's kind of a performance art. That's the whole point.
Yeah,
that is also part of their robots. Is kind of like that robot thing.
Well, that's true. It's the robot thing. Yeah, that's true. Okay, so we're back to the beginning, I think, right? Everybody got a turn?
Yeah,
yep.
I think so.
Okay, Nick, I think you're up. I'll try to follow suit, but I'll probably fuck up.
Well, all right. Me being a metalhead, I was always kind of looking for like electronic music that sort of embodied that sort of intensity, and it was when this lovely album dropped, Prodigy, Fat of the Land. A lot of people know this one. This was a pretty high seller. But yeah, when I heard the song Smack My Bitch Up, it was like, yeah, that captures the intensity of metal without being metal. The samples on it are much more rough and squawky sounding. The drums are very percussive. Like they actually sound like drums in certain spots, and they hit really hard. The songs, excuse me, are aggressive, and that was something I really hadn't heard to this point. Like they're punchy, they're in your face. When I saw like the pictures of their live setup and Liam Howlett's reverse mohawk, yeah, they kind of had this whole image like they were like the rowdy techno group. Like we're gonna sit back, like, hey, everyone just dance and shake your ass. Like, nah, throw a chair through that window. Go ahead, we don't care. Like that was the sort of attitude that I liked about this, and I still come back to this one a lot. In fact, I was jamming it again today, and it is still an absolute blast to listen to. Yeah, dude, Keith Flint. Yeah, man. I mean,
album. Yep, I have that one.
Dude. Oh yeah, this album rips, dude. Breathe, Diesel Power, dude. I mean, I skipped Firestarter. I heard that one so much, but Minefields, that one's probably my favorite jam. There's something about the beat on that song that is just absolutely infectious. But yeah. This is electronic music that is on par with heavy metal without being like guitar oriented at all. Like they found a way to get these samples to sound kind of scraping and metallic.
Abrasive,
And it packs a fucking punch. And I've been a diehard fan since this album. I own all of their albums, and whenever they drop a new one, I'll probably buy it too.
I just want to say, well, first of all, rest in peace, Keith. But I remember, I'm around your age, or pretty close. I remember an MTV. That was a good escape because it was such eye candy, but in a weird way with with the devil hairdo and stuff.
He was just sort of strange looking, like the eye makeup and they have like a big
but in a good way. It was escape from the other stuff they were playing, that LaBouche, Real McCoy stuff. I was like, then that came on. I was like, by comparison, that was much better.
Dude, the music video for Smack My Bitch Up too, like that one was kind of a head fuck. Like you see all this shit going on and you start expecting like, oh man, this dude's fucked up, and then it's a chick that fucking passes out in the bed afterwards. Like, oh fuck, she was doing all that? Wow.
Yeah, I don't remember that video. I had that album and I remember that song. I liked it a lot, but
the Breathe video was pretty weird too.
I didn't know they did a lot of albums. Like they did a lot of albums after that.
Oh, dude, I got. Hold on here. Let me.
Because it was one of those things where I got it, and then I was kind of like, that and Dead Cities, and got a lot of that stuff right around the same time.
Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. I have 5 of them. I think there's a couple I'm missing, but Always Outnumbered, Never Outgunned was really good. I mean, their debut music for the Jilted Generation, Invaders Must Die, The Day Is My Enemy. Yeah, this is good stuff. It's just heavy. Electronic music. Like it wants to party, but it's the kind of party where shit's gonna get burned and destroyed.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. All right. Where are we at here? We are at
just quickly, I liked them when they were silly, when they were doing UK hardcore in the beginning, like this, the Everybody's in the Place, No Good and all that.
Oh dude, No Good is a great song. Actually, it's favorite of mine.
But this one, Everybody's in the Place, where it's so silly. It's like the pure hedonistic silliness of UK hardcore. Like they were amazing back then as well.
Cool. Melinda, what you got for number 2?
All right, so my second selection was Fayuti by Bola. And I'm sorry, I apologize. I don't have the covers to show for show and tell.
What? I'm sure Stunty owns it.
Yeah, so if you have the cover, feel free to show it. But Daryl Fitton is the musician behind Bola. It's just one guy. He's British. And the album is great. Like all their albums are great, but this one really, or his albums, I should say, are great. This one really stands out to me though. This one dates back to 2001. So it's, 22 years old now at this point. Thank you.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Oh, wow.
That's a killer album. And that's Warp, right? Warp?
No, that's Scam.
Oh, Scam, right.
The first album, Soup.
Yeah, Soup. I have that one too. Yep.
Yeah.
It's kind of like Aphex, only a lot more tuneful in a lot of ways, like the earlier Aphex.
It's much more mellow.
It's mellower, yeah.
It's not about the drums with Bola.
Right.
But let Melinda say.
Yeah, so I love the bottom end on this album, and it definitely has somewhat of an IDM vibe, kind of a glitchy vibe to it. But
definitely glitchy.
The thing about this album that really stands out to me is like even today, 22 years later, it was recorded so well. It has stood the test of time so well. It still sounds amazing. The mix is amazing. The recording's amazing. So it's one of those albums that's just like timeless, and good music just transcends time. And I think this album achieves that. I would say like my favorite track on there, I don't know how to pronounce it correctly, but it's Peoe.
Yeah. Can you pronounce any of the tracks on there properly? Like
Tubular Vader.
You stole that a little bit from Richard D. James, that whole weird phonetic thing. Yeah. Cool.
Yeah,
that's a good one. That was
really
one
cool track.
What's that?
I said that's a really cool track. There's a really cool vocal part on there.
Well, the whole album is great. Now, I don't know. Stunty, did he only do 2, or there are a couple more after that?
He also has a triple 12-inch under No Name. There's a few 7 inches. and he has a third album as well. And what's interesting is he was also featured, like people forget it, but his name is Daryl Fitton, and he's featured on the very, let me see if I can, yeah, he's featured on this classic record that is very influential for this whole movement. The Artificial Intelligence Volume 2.
Oh,
from
artificial intelligence, yeah. Mhm.
Yeah,
Wow.
you got all the Warped bands, and there are like there's a bonus 12-inch with one track of Daryl Fitton before he was
Is
known as Bola.
is Higher Intelligence Agency on there?
No.
Okay, I was thinking they were on that one.
No.
It's
Scanner
all,
is
it's all warped stuff for the most part.
it's just
Scam.
Warp and Bola and Scanner.
Okay, Scanner, right. Okay, that's another one I didn't even think of. Scanner, I have some of their stuff too. Okay, let's see. Kellen, I think you were up next, I believe. Number
It was
dos.
Serge.
Yeah, so I went digging through some old CD cases that I had for this one because back when I graduated from school, I was just writing freelance, and I received this promo, and I've kept it. So this is back from 2008, 2009. This is Amber Asylum. I'm going to pull a Rick here and kind of use something to introduce me to something else.
Right, cool.
But Amber Asylum is sort of a collective out of the Bay scene, and they caught my eye because it's essentially ambient chamber music, but it features members who were playing in, like, I think they had someone from Man is the Bastard, which I recognized from like the extreme music side of things, if you were into like power violence from the 90s. So caught my eye, but I kept track of the band members, which leads me to the actual pick here. This is Layla Abdul Rauf's Fantasia. So you may recognize her, or fans of this channel may recognize her. She's the guitarist, or one of the guitarists in Vastum. She's also played in Hammers and Misfortune. But this is a sort of minimalist ambient project with her, and I know this is an electronic piece, so she's an accomplished trumpet player. And so she's essentially recording her live trumpet and then synthesizing it for this ambient project. This entire record is made of her sort of modulated trumpet, glockenspiel, and her vocals. That's it.
Wow.
Anyways, it's just a very talented musician, and each side of this record is just sort of a single piece in a suite in 4 movements. But pretty wild stuff. And
what year did that come out, and what label?
So this is Cyclic Law, and this came out, I think, last 2021. Okay. So a recent release. Cool. Amber Asylum has been around since 1990, I believe, or late 80s, early 90s.
That's one I recognize. Yeah.
But that's, we were trying to keep this a bit more electronic, and there's a lot of chamber music in that. So for the sake of this episode, this channel, that'll be my submission there.
No, that's a cool pick right there. I like that one. Okay, very good. Serge, I think you're up.
All right. I'm going to slow down for this one. So this is a Bass Communion Ghosts on Magnetic Tape. If anybody doesn't know, Bass Communion is like the ambient project of Steven Wilson's side project. So
yes, for once I didn't mention his name on a stream. I'm not going to talk.
Yeah, one of us had to, right?
One of us had to.
I like dark ambient. Sometimes you're in the mood for just very slow, and this is very slow music. And this is headphone music, right? It's primarily drones with just like little things happening here and there. So it's easy to kind of miss some of the things happening there, but thus I guess the title Ghosts on Magnetic Tape. But I thought it was a pretty cool album. He like super processed, some like
well, there's guitar on there. There's
Yeah, but
guitar,
it's
probably-
unrecognizable. He took some source material and just completely transformed it.
Yeah, remember the story behind that was that he found a bunch of the wax cylinders, and he had them transferred into digital, and
Right.
then took the digital signal and processed it through all kind of, filters and emulators and all that kind of stuff like that. And that's how he arrived at those sounds with that. And it should be noted, Stunty will know this, and you probably do too, Serge, that Andrew Lyles, who I did not pick something from but wanted to, but I didn't, did his very first remix was of that album, which I was not aware of that.
Mm.
That his very, very first remix was a full remix of that particular album, Ghosts on Magnetic Tape. And I think initially it was only the first 250 CD copies got a copy, which I have one, but then they reissued it later with both copies in there. So I don't know if, like, mine's autographed that I have from Andrew on there because it was sent out that way, the first 250. But yeah, it's a really cool dark ambient album if you're into checking something out that's really spectral and kind of.
Is it really dark?
What's that?
Is it really dark? I think it's ambient, but
It's ambient. I mean, I guess I
It's
still
both.
feel like it's a little bit of a darker mood, but
I mean, it's darker. Is it dark? Is it as dark as, I don't know, Lustmord or Atrium Carceria or something? No.
No. It's just ambient. It's good ambient.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
good ambient. I mean,
I
I
think-
think it's more the stories behind it make it sound a little bit more darker than it is. But yeah, I
yeah,
mean,
it's not super
it's
dark.
drony
but-
dark. It's drony ambient is what I would call it. Drony
Yeah,
ambient.
it's drony most, but yeah, I think. But when talking about bass community, because it's kind of a little bit varies from album to album. Some of it is a little bit less accessible, but I think I dig this one if you wanted to check out bass community.
Yeah, that'd be a good starting spot. That one or the first three. The first three are easy to get into. So let's see. How about we go with
Well, I saw them. Well, I saw him play in Belgium. He did like a 20-minute set for bass communion, and basically all he had was a looper and a
laptop?
delay and a guitar, and he built up really good at building up sounds and loops and such. But that's all he had.
Was that the thing with Dirk Series?
He was
Didn't
there.
know-
Yeah, he opened for Dirk.
Oh, he opened for Dirk. That's what I thought. Yeah. Okay. Jake, where you at? Did you dip out? There you are. I have to honestly say that the tiny pictures on the side make it really hard for me to see who's who. Getting old. Go ahead, Jake.
Okay, so if this Anvil Strikes sounds pretty cool to you, but not quite evil enough, I pulled out Ghost.
Wow.
Even though it's getting shit on in the comments by
Yeah, Eric shitting all over Goth. Yeah.
I'll agree with him that Perturbator and Carpenter Brute are better artists, but Ghost was my entry point to what you would call, synthwave or darkwave. And this is Non Paradisi. Came out in 2016. Yeah. Synthwave, but it's super dark and, kind of cheesily evil sounding. Kind of like maybe if like the band Ghost did synthwave music. Yeah.
That's not a big selling point, man. I
It's-
know some people like Ghost in here. I'm not one of them. But
I'm not a fan of Ghost either, but
Yeah.
like
I
I
get
like
what you're saying.
I like synthwave, and this is it's a pretty good album, but it
Cool looking album. cover.
Eric's right that Perturbator and Carpenter Brute are better ways to go. But yeah, he's put out some pretty good albums, but yeah, those guys are definitely better artists in the genre.
Cool. Cool. I like that album cover though. It's pretty badass looking.
Yeah, this is a pretty neat box set. It came with an extra, like 4-track bonus record.
Wax cylinder, 4-track wax cylinder.
Yeah.
Make it super cult.
Yep.
All right. Let's see. Where am I at here? God, I wish I could see better. Is that no? Okay, I think we're at Stunty, right?
Yep. So at this point, I have to be a little bit unpleasant and remind that like a lot of what we talk about like is it's all fine, but it's not electronic music. It's or like we should ask the question: is it electronic music because it uses electronics or electronic instruments? No, it doesn't mean it's bad or good. But like electronic music started in the late 40s. There are some exceptions before, but like originally it was both musique concrète in France and elektronische Musik in Köln with Stockhausen, Herbert Heimert, and the concept of it was for the Western composer to allow himself to escape tonality and dodecaphonism, like as in the Western tradition we've had like the octaves, the 12 keys, whereas in Indian classical music it's about microtonality. That between each tones there's an infinity of tones.
Yes.
And there was two techniques. First it was the tape recorder, which if you just speeded it up, then you would have or slowed it down, you'd reveal tones that are not in the spectrum of tuned Western instruments.
Yep.
And with electronic music, you'd have an oscillator,
right?
And you'd create a sine wave, and then you would oscillate it.
Yep.
Resulting with the same thing.
Good point.
And which is really that the project of electronic music was originally to escape the instruments and try to invent new sounds and not try to do sounds that mimic like the drums, the violin, or whatever. And so for me, that's the music I'm the most interested in. And but probably my biggest obsession is Bernard Parmigiani, Musique Concrète. This was on Philips, released in 1968. This is extremely intense. It's so intense. It's a bit like Xenakis in a way. It's so intense that it would feel extremely dark for most people, because it's basically it's through the use of the multi-channel of the desk, assigning sounds in space and modifying them. And yeah, Bernard Parmigiani, like the most famous composer of Musique Concrète is Pierre Henry, but really I think the guy who really has the crown is Bernard Parmigiani. And this is from the series the Prospective 21e siècle. It's a series of 35 LPs between 68 and 73 with all different metallic patterns on the cover like that. And yeah, they're amazing. The whole series is worth.
I'm aware of that album, and I've never checked it out, and I should have. That's one that everyone that's interested in the genre should check out for sure. Yeah, I agree. And I'm glad you got into that about talking about the 12-tone, the 12-tone scale versus the microtonality scale, because that really is kind of an important thing to talk about, because in Western music it is that sort of set, you're locked into that to a degree.
Yeah,
I mean, the only way you could kind of get around it a little bit is like you said, using oscillators for electronic stuff, but like on a guitar you can use a slide so that you get some microtonalities. But that's a really good point. I'm glad you brought that up. Cool selection there. One I'm definitely going to look into. All right, Rick, I think you are the man, the legend. Hold on, let me get out of here. And where are you?
He's right below you. At least in my
I swear I'm going blind here the older I get. Plus my vision issues with my disease is not helping me much here.
I'm going to go with something mostly dark ambient. It's a project I actually do like quite a lot. I don't know if anybody pulled any Cryo Chamber tonight.
I did.
That's one.
That's a good label.
Yeah, they put out a lot of good stuff. A lot of killer. Whoever the artist is, they're, I'm a Photoshop guy, so I got a lot of stuff, and it's amazing. But the one I pulled tonight, it's not much to look at per se. So this is Flowers for Body Snatchers. It's a one-man thing. He's from Australia. He goes by Duncan Ritchie, and this is his fourth album. His first album was called Everybody Dies in Utah. Sorry, Jake. But this one right here, I like because it's called Aokigahara. If you guys know what that is.
No.
That is the name of the suicide forest in Fuji. Fuji,
yeah.
It's probably a giveaway right there. And he deals with like a lot of neoclassical, modern classical stuff overlaid with the ambient. And the reason I was intrigued with this was because anybody who's ever heard the suicide forest described, it's very eerie because of how quiet it is. There's like little signs of life because the actual forest is on a bed of, I guess, volcanic ash that's hardened. So as far as fertilization, stuff like that, so the plant life that's there is quite resilient. And they're still finding bodies there to this day, which is pretty awful. But my thing is, how do you add or describe a sound for something that doesn't have much sound, right? Considering
it's hard to do.
Yeah, one of the eeriest, what you call sounds of the human ear can perceive is negative decibels. They've done experiments on this, and it drives people insane, right? So when you're trying to convey something like this with, I'm not saying this far as negative decibels, but I'm saying the human experience it can drive people to do many things. So this right here, he does a very good job of trying to convey the certain winds and the kind of things you might experience going through something like this in such a forest, which is, I think most people around the world are already aware of this place. And it's just eerie in of itself, the very idea of going through a forest where it's not really what you call something that's full of life. So kind of just all his projects are very spaced out with the ambient and all the little noises and all the little nuances that you pick up. This is definitely a very passive listening experience. This is something that, if I would say, if you ever get in one of those moods, most people want to be jolly and happy, but some of us find some joy in things like this. So
I think a lot of us do. Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Go to your nearest forest on right before the sun goes down during that bit of twilight there, and just put on something like this. You might get the closest experience to what these people might have been going through.
Yeah. What's the name of that death metal band that had the faceless thing that was melting off? You guys remember?
Oh,
Libitrol or Liminal?
Yeah, Leprophiliac.
Yeah, Leprophiliac. They actually had a picture of
yeah, the guy's face rotting off that hung himself. Yeah, that was pretty sexy there.
Yeah.
All right. So what was the name of it again? Flowers
for Body Snatchers.
For Body Snatchers.
Got quite a few albums out. He does like these soundtracks and stuff too. It's just not everything sounds like this.
Cool.
This is a rather quirky one. I like it a lot.
That's Cryo Chamber.
It's put out by Cryo Chamber. Yeah.
Yeah, Cryo's
in Sweden. They're now based in Oregon.
Yep. All right. For me, I chose Venetian Snares, and I'm not even going to try to pronounce the name of this because it's Hungarian. Huh?
It's the Rose album.
Yeah, Rose Zalag Alate Suzlet Sutet. This is Aaron Funk. I believe he's Canadian. Pretty sure he's Canadian. This is the only one I have of his, and I think it's honestly the only one I could probably like. From what I've listened to, it's the only one I think I could really sit through. He's pretty heavy drum and bass, drill. They call it drill and bass.
Breakcore. He's a breakcore.
Breakcore. There you go. Breakcore. The interesting thing about this is he mixes intense drum and bass or breakcore beats with samples of some melodic, some not. This one's pretty melodic, wouldn't you say, Stunty? It's a fairly melodic album overall.
It's his most interesting album for sure.
Yeah. By far. He takes classical samples and he melds them into with this breakcore rhythm section, and it's fucking intense, man.
Yeah, but it's more than just mixing them. He actually, it's not just like breakcore drums with samples of modern classical. It's actually he's using the sounds of the orchestra to make the beats in this one as well. It's a little more, yeah,
a little
it's
more
a little more
involved.
advanced and just it's not just hijacking the aesthetics of modern classical. It's actually a legit piece of art.
Yeah, it is. It's a really, really amazing. Like when I first heard this album, and I think I heard it through that guy's name I'm not going to mention because of that guy. I think he recommended it to me. Sir, the guy Serge was talking about. I said I'm not going to say his name throughout this stream, so I'm not going to do it. Anyway, there's a reason why, Stunty. If you're wondering what I'm talking about, I'll tell you later. But yeah, this album is very unique. There's not a lot out there that I think that sounded like it, particularly at the time in 2005, I believe it came out, 2005 on Mew. And it's, it's just, is anyone else other than Stunty and I familiar with this one?
I've never heard of that.
Yeah, it's,
I know Venetian Snares, but I'm not familiar with that specific album.
I just think Hitchcock and Birds is when I see that.
I thought it was a Catatonia album.
Yeah, it looks like Catatonia.
He has actually produced Skinny Puppy.
He has?
Yeah.
I
He's
didn't know
done
that.
sounds for them and produced some stuff for them. Yeah.
On later albums, like the more recent ones. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. What would you say about this one, Stunty? Since you know this one, what's your? I mean, you did kind of say, but this is of the catalog. This is the most interesting and probably the most.
His very first album is a quite good Aphex Twin wannabe.
Right. Yep.
And then it becomes breakcore, and then he does this one that is actually, oh wow, this is interesting, and then he goes back to doing breakcore, which I have very little patience for.
Yeah, it's.
But he's the biggest name in breakcore for sure.
He's still doing stuff, right?
Yeah. He's yeah.
So yeah, Venetian Snares, Raz. It's in Hungarian. All the titles are in Hungarian. Sicker Telezegig. I mean, I can't even begin to try to pronounce these. But
There's
a very
there's an interview of this guy in a magazine where the guy who went to interview him, I was in the backstage and he didn't know how he looked like, and I answered all the questions as him, and Aaron.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was pretty funny.
Oh, he thought you were him.
Yeah, he thought I was him, so he just took it for granted, and Aaron was sitting right by me and letting it happen.
Oh shit, that's funny. Where was that in France?
In France, yeah.
Okay, that's crazy. Yeah. So there you go. Venetian Snares, my number 2. Number 3 for Nick. If I can find you on here, there you are.
All right. Well, this is the one that
did we have Doug? Didn't we
Did you skip over me for this?
Did I skip you again? God damn it.
Oh, never mind then.
You knew I was going to do it. You just knew I was going to do it. Sorry, Doug.
Okay. So
it'll happen again. Don't worry.
It will. I know how you feel about me. If you like Tangerine Dream, then you will like Radio Massacre International.
Yes, you will.
That's what I tell people. My pick was Radio Massacre International's. People would really like space rock if they would only give it a try. It's the name of the album. All their song titles are quite long. This is a 2004 album. They got to late 70s, I think. The guys went to school and they did some albums that were never released in the 90s. And since then, they've put out close to 40 albums, a couple a year. And I mean, it's no different than Tangerine Dream. Tangerine Dream has like 200 albums, maybe
not
more.
Quite, but pretty close, yeah. 100.
So they're just cranking out the tunes. This particular album, I really like. I saw them, I think it was in Nearfest years ago. It might have been Rosfest, but I think it was Nearfest. And I didn't know anything about them, and they just blew me away. So I bought at the merch stand everything to get my hands on. And this particular album has heavier beats, heavier rhythms, which are all electronically produced. I think they're set up. They've got two guys with big modulars, and a third guy who does percussion. I think he's got a drum kit as well as his own set when they play live. His own modular. Anyways, this thing's just loaded with great tunes, and it's exactly what the title says. If you don't know anything about space rock, or just, this is a great intro, and it's, you know, on par with some of the best Tangerine Dream stuff that I've heard. It's that good. And, you know, their albums in general, they're all high quality.
They're German or UK? I thought they were UK. They're German?
German.
They're UK.
Ah, okay. For some reason, I thought they were UK.
They are UK.
Oh, they are?
Yes.
Okay.
But they have that, what do you call it? That Berlin school sound to them.
Okay.
So it's you know, easily mistaken. If you don't know what you're listening to, it's like, oh, those guys are from Germany.
Yeah, yeah.
But some of them were from Germany, though. Because the whole lineup changed so much over time.
Well, I'm
no,
sorry.
You might be right.
I'm talking about Radio Massacre International, not.
Sorry. Excuse me. Sorry.
Yeah. The German. Yeah. I was gonna say RMI was UK, and then we mixed it up with Tangerine Dream there. Yeah.
I kind of meshed the two together. One of my picks was a Tangerine Dream box set, and Jeff told me I couldn't do that.
I put the kibosh on it because Brian had a Tangerine Dream, but now you could have used it. So you can still use it as your. Actually, I'm going to throw one in too because we have to. But I'm sure Stunty's like, God, they're picking Tangerine Dream and Jean-Michel Jarre.
No, I like Tangerine. I love the first four Tangerine Dream albums.
Cool. Everybody say hi to Maddie. Hi, Maddie.
Hi,
My
Maddie.
daughter.
Hi, Maddie.
Maddie popped in for a sec here. How's it going, Mads?
What's going on?
I kind of wanted to keep away from Tangerine Dream in a way because most everybody knows who they are.
True.
They're fairly common. These guys are not known as well, but I'd say they're just as good, possibly better.
Yeah, they're good. I have some real early stuff, early 2000s from them. When did they start? Do you remember?
Early 2000s, I think.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Like late 90s, early 2000s. Good stuff, though. It's really, really good shit. If you like early Tangerine Dream, they're, you know, I don't know where they've been the last 10 or 12 years, but the early stuff's really good. So, all right. Sorry about that, Doug.
1995 was their first.
Okay, that's what I thought. Late 90s. Yeah.
Frozen North. And
that's one. I have that one. I have the late 90s and early 2000s stuff. It's all really, really good. Do you know them, Mel? Mel?
No, I don't.
Don't. RMI? You'd like them a lot. All right, Nick, what you got for, where are we at? Number 3 or number 2?
Number 3. All right, I figure I get my debatably controversial pick. This is the one that Jeff was putting an asterisk on immediately, but he let me slide. And I can see why, but I have some defenses for this album in particular, and that is God Lives Underwater, Life in the So-Called Space Age. Now, initially, this band started off as more of a like industrial rock project. Their self-titled EP from 94 and their debut album Empty from 95. Definitely more guitar oriented. You know, the samples and little bleeps and shit were more in the background. It was more about like riffs and like rock melodies and hooks.
Yep.
And this one, their third album, kind of turned it on its head a little bit, where it did still have guitars, but the guitars were used more as a secondary thing, and the electronics became the main thing. Like a good example is the opening track on here, Rearrange. There's a guitar in there, but it's completely fuzzed out with these bass synths in the background and this sort of hip hop drum loop. And this album just became kind of more of an electronic album overall. Like the big single, in fact, their biggest single, From Your Mouth on here, is almost sort of a like weird trip hop track. And, you know, I think the guitars are essentially like little volume swells they're doing on there. And that's about it. But yeah, like this album just has this interesting kind of chill vibe. Like it doesn't scream all the, you know, sort of like dark edginess that you were getting from like Nine Inch Nails or Stabbing Westward. It was more kind of, you know, just sit back and chill. And occasionally you get like a heavier moment. But I just like the whole feel of this album. Like, again, how the guitars are a little bit more minimalistic. I think there's like some acoustic sections on there, and you know, very, I don't know, sort of like introspective song titles like Behavior Modification, Dress Rehearsal for Reproduction, and the last track, Medicated to the One I Love. It's, I don't know, just sort of a weird kind of quirky album, and it ended up being their biggest one, and then, well, their label folded, and you know, unfortunately, this band does have a sad history, which Jeff definitely knows about too.
Yeah,
but,
the Jeff Turzo, the singer and guitar player.
I thought it was Riley.
Is it Riley? Dave Riley. Dave Riley.
I think it was, yeah, Dave Riley.
Dave Riley. Turzo's the guitar, the other guy, and but what was their big hit off of Empty? Was it?
No, it might have been
No
All
More
Wrong
Love,
or
No More Love.
No More Love. Yeah, no, well, that was also on the EP too.
Yeah, that's the one I'm thinking of. Yeah, weird little side story there. I dated a girl that dated Dave Riley, and he died of an overdose of painkillers for a toothache issue. He was trying to wait to get a tooth extracted, and I think there was more to it than that. But I dated her for about 5 weeks, and all she did was talk about how I wasn't Dave Riley. So it didn't last that, you know, the fact that it lasted 5 weeks was kind of surprising, because every time she'd be like, yeah, Dave doesn't play guitar like you do. You don't play guitar like, I'm like, whatever, man. Okay, thanks.
Well,
Yep.
to be
Weird.
fair, Dave doesn't play guitar at all right now.
That's true. Dave wasn't playing guitar at all when I met her. That's true. But it's
But yeah.
sad. But I mean, it was kind of weird. Yeah.
Yeah, this one was kind of on the cusp because it does border into rock territory, and there is another one on here that definitely does have guitars on it.
Yeah, that one's definitely a tweener, but I thought I'd let you get away with it because I knew
Yeah,
that this
again, like if I went with Empty, you could argue that that is more of a rock centric album
yeah.
with like sort of the electronic albums as a little seasoning. This one, the whole, you know, the
I
rock
haven't heard that
element are really the seasoning, and then
I never
the rest
I
of it is.
never heard that one. I'll check.
Oh
it
no,
out.
it's good. Like I said, if you're familiar with their first two offerings, this is going to sound kind of different outside of Dave Riley's vocals. Like it's way more of an electronic album for sure. But yeah, good stuff.
Good to see you, Peter. Thanks for popping in, man. We'll catch you later. Okay, we are headed towards Melinda again. Numero tres.
All right, so for number 3, this one's probably a little controversial too, because it's Mogwai, and Mogwai are definitely considered post-rock in a lot of circles, but I feel like this album is a little bit different. So I picked Blackbird, which came out in 2022, and it's actually a soundtrack for a show on Apple TV, which I have not watched, so I don't really have any idea what the show is about, but I really like the music. It's moody in a lot of places, and then there's like these beautiful soaring parts mixed in. This is the only album on my list that has bass and guitar on it, but it's more like a spice on top. It's not the main course, so it's more focused on the synth sounds, the electronics. I think there's a couple nods in there to post rock, but overall it stays away from that genre in my opinion. And I can't really pick any particular tracks that stand out on it because a lot of them are on the shorter side. But if you look at this album like as a whole cohesive work and think of it more like one single track going from space to space, I think it really works in that context, and I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. The only two that I have of theirs is Young Team and Come On Die Young, which were kind of posty, I guess, sort of. Right
Yeah.
there? Okay. So I don't really know what their more recent material sounds like. So that one sounds kind of interesting.
They've done a few soundtracks. They did the documentary about Zinedine Zidane, and that was I think if I remember correctly, it was like a prison, like like a real story prison, like a guy who goes into prison to infiltrate, to help the police to for a serial killer to admit guilt thing.
For Blackbird or for the one you were talking about?
Blackbird, yeah. Blackbird.
Okay. Yeah, I've never seen that.
They did one called Atomic that was actually pretty cool. I wonder how this compares to that, because that was also fairly heavier on the more on the electronic
They're
side.
kind of like the UK Sonic Youth, or they started as a UK Sonic Youth, more indie than
Sonic
rock.
Youth, yeah, indie.
And
that's how I remember them.
And the way I guess it connected with electronics was through noise pedals and all that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Kellen, what you got?
All right, so I actually owe this one to Jeff because he kept on talking about my preferences in music and how much I would enjoy this record. So I know Jeff probably wanted to pick this one, but here I got it. This is Lustmord's Heresy.
Yes.
So, yeah, amazing record. Probably one of the more interesting aspects here reading it is the interest in physical and psychological effects of low frequency information.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a wild experience, but it absolutely speaks to my tastes in the genre. A classic in dark ambient music. So if you have not heard it, definitely check out Jeff's interview with Brian Williams.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun.
All right. This is going to be my most accessible, I guess, part. And this is another sentimental pick from the 90s. I'll be listening to this on the bus stop, waiting for the bus after my 10 o'clock at night class in college. So this is Semantic Spaces by Delirium.
Yeah.
I had to pick something by, Reese and Bill. I was thinking Synesthesia or maybe even Noise Unit, but I kind of had to go with this. This is a transitionary album between their more kind of tribal, dark ambient early stuff versus the kind of ethno-ethereal pop that they got into later. And this has elements of both. It's a little bit of dark ambient, but with a beat. It got the Bill Lee bass lines, the instantly recognizable. So if you like Frontline, it's like that without, the industrial part. Only 2 tracks of vocals. So if you don't like the vocal part of Delirium that they became later, that's not overwhelming here. And I really like the instrumental tracks the best, honestly. Like Metamorphosis is my favorite on here. Again, a little bit dark, but not overwhelming. Very accessible. A little bit trippy in a way. Good beats, good bass lines. very, very, very kind of cinematic.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I know you prefer that one a little bit over their big blockbuster one with the Sarah McLachlan track on it, which is Karma, which is great too. But I think Semantic Spaces.
Karma is more poppy. This is still a little bit.
It's a little more darker and sort of ethereal.
Yeah, it's like they took their earlier stuff and there's some Gregorian chant samples here. There's definitely a little bit of if they looked at, hey, Enigma did this, we can do this. At least I feel that way.
Yeah.
But
it's a great album.
It's done in a cooler way, I thought, than necessarily Enigma. Although I do love their first Enigma album.
And it does. I mean, it starts pointing a different direction for them because the first couple of albums are very deep spacey. They're either deep space like the what are they called, the Spheres. I think they're called Spheres
Yeah,
1 and 2.
Spheres 1 and
You
2.
got those that are kind of like Tangerine Dreamy, but more like droney. And then you got, like Faces, Forms, and Illusions and Syrophenican, and those that are much more that, what do you call it, tribal, I guess.
Yeah, they're more like, it's dark tribal. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what it
dark
is.
tribal, I guess, would be the thing. Yeah, it's good stuff. I stopped listening to them after. Well, Karma's the last one I kind of go with. After that, it just became pop schmaltzy stuff. But I get it because that was paying a lot of bills,
Yeah.
so to speak. So I kind of get that. But yeah, good
This
pick.
is, yeah, I think if you ever want to check out Delirium, this would be the album to start with. And if you like
I agree.
more vocal stuff, you go later. And if you like the more dark instrumental stuff, you go earlier.
Yeah, and I think there's more Kirsty on Semantic, right? Thirsty Thirst.
She did at least one of it. And then again, there's only 2 tracks of vocals. So she
Oh, is
did
it only 2?
one.
Okay, well, I was gonna say I think she's only on one. She's
No,
a beautiful.
she did both. She did both. Yeah. So okay.
Cool. All righty,
Just
where
like,
am I?
like to throw in at this point that way back when I had a girlfriend who liked the band Delirium, and she was looking it up online and kind of got her wires crossed a little bit and ended up on Delirium Records.
Well, it's funny because they're both intentionally spelled incorrectly.
Incorrectly, yeah.
The word has an I in it, but both Delirium Records, where Porcupine Tree started, and Delirium, this band,
Yeah, that's
are
where
spelled
he
with an
found
E. Yeah.
Porcupine Tree at.
Yep.
She called me up one day and it's like, holy shit, you got to get over here right away. And I came over and
We
she's
just weren't gonna make it through the whole episode not mentioning Porcupine Tree, were we?
like, I thought we're just not mentioning the guy. Anyway, side story. That's how I got into that whole thing. And if Delirium, the band, never existed, then I would not know you today.
Oh, that's crazy. How about that? God damn you, Bill Lieb. Just kidding. All right. I think we're at, am I right? I'm at Jacob. Jake, am I with you? Yeah.
Yeah. So going to the complete opposite spectrum of the synthwave genre for my last pick. Time Cop 1983 with Night Drive. This is like retro, what they call retro wave. Sounds straight out of the 80s, synthwave, synth-based music. Solo project from Denmark, I believe. Put this album out in 2018. Yeah.
Does Van Damme make an appearance? Just wondering.
It's pretty cool, man. I like that stuff. I checked it out.
Yeah.
It's pretty...
Super poppy, but
it's all synthwave.
It's on here.
Basically synthwave, right?
Yeah. Just sounds like synthwave from the 80s.
Yeah, it definitely is 80s. Yeah.
Sounds like you're driving down the streets with a broken heart in the downtown in the 80s. Neon lights all over.
T-tops off.
Oh yeah, you gotta have the T-top off. But yeah, favorite tracks on here: Static, Back
and
to
somewhere Molly Ringwald
Neon
pops out,
Lights.
right? Molly Ringwald pops out on the sidewalk somewhere along where you're driving past.
Yeah,
you have to, right?
No, she just dumped you.
Oh,
did you say her T-tops was off? I'm confused. Conversation.
No, that was Phoebe Cave.
Oh, okay.
Is she still single in this scenario?
Probably.
But yeah, this is the probably the most like melancholic of his releases. It sounds like you're brokenhearted driving through the city. Most of it's a lot more like this is still super upbeat, but the rest of it's a little doesn't have those undertones.
And where's that project from? Denmark, I
believe. Yeah.
Is David Hasselhoff involved? Mario wants to know.
Yes.
Actually, I don't know if he's serious here. He did the definitive synthwave album anthem for Kung Fury, True Survive. Yeah, that has to be true. I'm sure. Yeah.
Dude, wait. I've actually heard that song, and it's honestly not bad.
Is it as good as the I rode the Hasselhoff on SpongeBob SquarePants movie?
It's as awesome as watching him eat a cheeseburger off the floor.
All right. Nice. Good one, Jake. Good pick.
I feel like if we're going to bring up that album, we have to bring up the entire John Carpenter discography of all the movies that he did.
Well, yeah, we'll get to those on a future episode if I'm still hanging around. All right, Sonny, I think you're up.
Yeah, just quickly before, like as you guys were talking about Delirium, there's also a very, very famous.
Oh man, what is? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, there's a very famous techno label from the U.S., New York, based like mid '90s. Did lots of really good stuff. But I wanted, so I'm gonna show this record that is, one of my favorite albums ever.
Yeah.
Which crosses over many musicians. Since experimental audio research here is the band of Sonic Boom from the Spaceman 3, who some of you might know. It's the band he does with Kevin Shields from My Bloody Valentine.
Yeah, that's right. Yep.
With Kevin Martin from God, Techno Animal, etc. And Eddie Prévost, the drummer of AMM, improv, free music. But this is, I remember the first time I bought an experimental audio research record in '93. I was not ready for it. Because it was pure drone music, like sine waves and like really slowly shifting electronic sine waves. But I love it now. And this album is tracks by experimental audio research remixed by Thomas Könner. But not really just Thomas Könner. It's by Porter Rix, which is Thomas Könner and Andy Melvig here on Chain Reaction, which is their techno, like dub techno, in the sense that all the beats, all the percussions here, they have zero attack. It's all filtered, so it almost feels like a nighttime train trip. Like you just get the pulse of the beat,
right?
And then all the harmonies gets like, I don't know how to say it, but it's very influential album. I know you like the Consumed album by Plastic Man. Owes almost everything to this album.
Okay. And is Könner on that one though? Is he on that one?
All the tracks. It's experimental audio research tracks reworked by Thomas Könner.
And what year was that one? Because I looked into this. I need to.
This is from '97.
97. Okay, yeah. That's definitely one I definitely want to check out for sure. Good pick. And I noticed you slipped into the Rick category with showing 8 other albums too. Everybody's doing that but me.
It's an inspiration now.
I know. I haven't done it yet. I might do it at the end a little bit, but
I did it fairly quickly. Huh?
You did. All right. So we're at Doug. I didn't forget you this time, Doug. Or Rick. We're at Rick. God damn it. I almost fucked up.
Is it me? Oh.
Still time to forget about me.
Yeah, I know. Still time.
All right, Jeff, you seem really curious about this one. So this is a project which is synthwave out of Boise, Idaho. I'm always trying to find something from Idaho. I need to fill that little gap, just more and more things. Don't want to leave them behind. This one comes with a comic book. Their stuff actually comes with a comic book, and there's a whole lore behind it, which is crazy. It's kind of like Excalibur meets Star Wars. And Magic Sword. Anybody know this? So this is
heard of that.
Actually, yes, I do know that one. Yeah.
It's cool. It's actually quite cool. It's very dancey. It's synthwave kind of stuff, very upbeat. It's a little bit like Daft Punk, if you like that kind of thing. It's got a bit of a funky edge at times. So I went ahead and picked up volume 1, but I decided to just show this one because it's got the slicker cover. And so here's the comic book, full color and everything, which is insane. It has to deal with the Dark One. There's a Chosen One who obtains the magic sword, and
Is
Yeah,
there
they don't hold
dragons
back
in
on
it?
this.
Is there dragons?
I didn't see a dragon,
No
but there are
dragons.
some very strange creatures. I mean, they may be dragon-like. So yeah, feast your eyes.
Oh,
Yeah, so I'm gonna go ahead and pick up the other ones. I kind of want to follow along the storyline, so it gives you a reason to go pick up this comic book.
Is that the one we're doing the track from?
we could, sure.
Well, I
So-
forget now. You sent me like 8 tracks.
Volume
I
2.
couldn't
chapter
remember
3.
which one we were doing.
Cycle continues. The interesting too about this group is I think it's 3 guys, and when they perform live, they wear like this shroud, right? Like Emperor Palpatine, right? And they wear these masks, and it's got these LED lasers. It's like this strip. That's all you see. So we don't know their identity. They're one of those, right? So, so if they ever come around, I would definitely love to check them out live. It looks like it'd be a hell of a time. But they do have some stuff on YouTube. So if you're curious what their live stuff is like, it's yeah, you'll get a trip out of it. But yeah, cool stuff. Magic sword.
Okay, so I have Rick and Doug kind of jumped out of the protocol. This is why I send these texts, but nobody reads them. We were going to go with your sound sample one was going to be the last thing you showed, but Doug, that was your first one you talked about.
Oh,
and Rick, you just talked about that one because it was Magic Sword that we talked about. So we'll do it at the end. We'll just wrap up with your 2. Not a biggie.
Yeah.
Let's see. Doug, I didn't forget you. Look at that. I almost did, but
well, you forgot Rick this time, so
no, I didn't forget him.
kind of.
Fair share.
It's all right.
Listen, I got a fucking neurodegenerative disease. Come on, man. What do you want out of me?
So my next pick is something that I bought at the used record store back in the 80s somewhere. No, it must have been 90s. This guy, Neil Norman. The particular album that I picked, I forgot that it's really a compilation album. Music from the 21st Century. It's a 1990 release. And what he did in this particular album, he's famous for he's done a lot of science fiction, music, electronic. So he'll take a genre of science fiction and make some songs off that. This particular album, it's got Tangerine Dream on it, Alex Sima, Steve Roach, Don Preston, Neil, a couple of songs on it. I picked it up because of the album cover and the title, and it just felt like an interesting thing. And it was a very good kind of intro to electronic music across the board. I mean, he picked a bunch of good songs and put it on there. So that this album in particular expanded my knowledge a bit and made me more interested because my focus was quite small before this album. But he's put out, I don't know, 6 or 7. I think he's still alive. But I think this was the first time I heard Tangerine Dream, and it was a Tangram song track, which, you know, is one of their best ones, I think, that they put out. But like I said, I have several Neil Norman albums, and I just happened to pick this one because of the breadth of it, not realizing it's been a long time since I listened to it, but it something that helped me expand.
Cool. Did I not? I guess I didn't tell you to pull stuff, did I? I may not have at the very end there.
I'm kind of on limited mobility again.
Yeah, I know. It's not really at this point. It's kind of too late. So, all right. Okay, what do we got here? I guess I'm up. Is that right? Yeah. I think. All right. Let me see. Where am I at in here? Fuck. Where am I at?
You're right below me. If that helps.
Dude, I'm really having trouble seeing those. Wow. That's terrible. All right. So, this one is, and I'll be curious. I'm sure Stunty knows this, but I'll be curious if anybody else knows it. Has anyone heard Burial? That was that a not into it? Huh?
Yeah. I have most of his singles from before the album. Yeah.
Yeah, this guy's name's William Emmanuel Bevan from London. His music, they kind of classified as future garage, dubstep, ambient, jungle. I don't know. It's a little bit of all that stuff. I picked this one because it's the one I own, but he had a recent one that just came out, 2022. Thought I wrote
it's almost like ambient.
Yeah, it's super ambient. There's no beats in it. This one has a lot of beats, and I would say the only drawback of this is that some of the beats are kind of similar, like they kind of start to feel a little bit samey. But there's a lot of really cool. Has anyone heard this at all?
I'm not familiar.
I heard that one.
There's a hardcore band from Germany called Barry.
Nah, it's not a hardcore. It's not
This
hardcore
won both the Mercury Prize in the UK and like it was like for everyone in the UK the best album of the year.
Yeah, it was huge.
All styles.
And I think the one, it's got vocal samples and some full vocal lines, but they're not like verse chorus type thing, with the exception of maybe what's the main track off here was Archangel, right? I think Archangel was the hit.
It's kind of hypnagogic, a little bit like Boards of Canada.
Yeah, it's got a little bit of a Boards feel to it. The one thing I kind of read an interview, as you guys know, I sometimes look on Rate Your Music to see, like if I can, especially lately now where I'm having a hard time putting my thoughts together sometimes because it's what's going on with me. But this was really kind of interesting. This guy kind of, it said it's night walking, night intoxication a party that you're walking home from. It's kind of pulsing chord progressions, haunting samples, eerie synthesizers, angular garage beats, and it gives you this feeling of emptiness and desolation, yet you don't feel alone. You somehow feel like the music is with you. And that's kind of how I kind of put this album. It's really a unique listening experience. Is it one that I would throw on like repeatedly over and over and over? No, but I will say that the new one, do you know the name of it, Stunty?
No.
I had it. I thought I wrote it down and I didn't. I'll find it here at the end. That one is really pretty, man. It's like really ambient and really washy, and you just feel like you're kind of immersed in a narcotic sort of haze in the music. It's really, really cool. Very different sort of stuff. I don't listen to much dubstep. In fact, this might be the only dubstep I own other than maybe, oh shit. There was a band, Stunty will know this, Left
Pendulum?
No, Left something.
Can't help you.
I'll look it up. Left something was a big album 15, 18 years ago. And it was pretty dubsteppy. And, I dug that, but it's not a genre that I dive into a lot. But this one, Burial, it's called Untrue.
Well, the thing though is that like the blueprint of dubstep was created by bands that you actually like Scorn and the band that I'll be showing pretty soon. Yep. So
yeah, no doubt, and it does. You're right. It's got a bit of a Boards of Canada sort of vibe to it. Like it's got that sort of like late night hazy, gauzy haunt gaze sort of thing going on. But it's not maybe I don't think it's quite as adventuresome and out there and sort of cosmic as Boards for me. But, by the way, if you guys saw there was a new Boards of Canada track out yesterday, it's not real. It's fake. I was alerted to this by a BOC fanatic in Belgium that knows all this shit. And he's like, nope, not real. Anyway, yeah, really, really cool stuff here. We are going to Nick for numero cuatro, and we're making good time. Really good time, actually.
So this one was kind of important because it kind of got me back into like the weird synthy stuff. Because I mean, for a while it was just like, you know, balls deep in fucking death metal and all that shit. I'm still like at least halfway in there, but picked up this band that I heard courtesy of a very popular show. This is the band Survive, and I guess technically this is their self-titled album, though it was reissued. There's two versions of it, and they only just go by the cat number. So the actual title of this album seems to be HD009 because it came out on Holodeck Records. But this is the band that did the score for Stranger Things. And yeah, as soon as that little synth line came out, my love of all things, John Carpenter, David Cronenberg, kind of all came pouring out. I was like, dude, I love this. And I went out and found some of their stuff. They put out one album on Relapse that I thought was really good, but this was the one that I really fell in love with. This just captures that vibe. Like literally you could put on scanners and turn the fucking, movie down and just put this on the background. It'll line up. It'll line up almost perfectly.
And that's the two dudes that did the Stranger Things
soundtracks. Okay. It is all synths. It is layered. It is lush. It's dark. It's not necessarily like scary, but it's more ominous. Like you kind of feel like there's just something kind of lurking in the shadows like the entire time. But at the same time, you're like, no, this is kind of a cool kind of feeling just to kind of hang in there. It's like every 80s horror movie or 80s sci-fi horror movie. And I mean, in terms of like picking a track, man, it's tough. Like Hourglass is great. Omniverse is great. But Floating Cube is the one that I come back to the most. Like there's just some amazing synth hooks on it that just completely draw me in. These guys, again, they just capture that John Carpenter, kind of Cronenberg sort of like horror vibe, and it's borderline perfect. Like it is, just such an awesome mood setting, album to sit back and listen to. I think the other one's really good too, but this is like, just fucking tits. I'll be honest. Like I love this album, and I was looking forward to bringing this one up. This is honestly like one of the main reasons why I jumped on this one, because I get a chance to gush about this. So yeah, if you have not checked out Survive, and if you like Stranger Things and you just like that opening score and all the cool synthy stuff that they do in that show that isn't like, super licensed 80s music, check it out.
You had me at Carpenter.
It's honestly the best thing about Stranger Things. It's honestly the best thing about Stranger Things. And I say that as somebody who generally likes Stranger Things.
I still like it. I haven't finished the last season. I just kind of stalled out on that one. Plus,
I didn't either the last season. I just didn't.
Social media won't shut the fuck up about it. So there's like, constant fucking spoilers. Like, dude, I'm gonna throw a hammer at my fucking.
Hey, I hate to throw a spoiler at you, but I hear there's a Metallica song in there.
There might be.
Just heard that. Song in there. Just heard that. I don't know if it's true or not. So.
I mean, just name an 80s reference. I'm sure it's fucking in there.
By the way, thanks, Nick, we didn't just get balls deep. We got tits as well. So we got tits and balls. Thank you. No, I'm sorry. I apologize for him. Some people.
He apologizes for me so much.
I apologize for him in every stream. It's just,
Yes.
It's all good.
All right, what you got, Mel, for number 4?
All right, so my number 4 pick is Light Years by Stellar Drone. So Stellar Drone is one person, Edgaras, who is from Lithuania, and he actually releases, I think it's a he, releases all their albums for free and promotes free sharing of digital copies.
Nice.
So I definitely recommend finding their music, and it's a really pretty album. I like it better than any of the other albums that they've done. It has like a really beautiful flow to it and very symphonic spaces, excellent use of sequencer on this one. The highlight track on this one is Eternity. It has a really cool sample of Carl Sagan. And he's actually talking about the last photo that the Voyager spacecraft took of Earth. and how when you see the Earth from such a far distance, it's just a dot. He calls it the pale blue dot, and we're just
Pale blue dot,
insignificant in the vastness of space. And I think this album holds a really special place in my heart too, because it came out in 2013, but the first time I ever heard it was actually in 2016 in my husband's car when we were leaving a funeral. And it was so poignant that this album is about going on this journey and we were saying goodbye to someone. So it was just really powerful, and it's just really stuck with me.
Yeah, Pale Blue Dot. Dream Theater has a song called that. I don't know why I threw that in
Really?
there. I just thought I'd throw that in there because they have the sample in there, the Pale Blue Dot thing. Yeah, which that's
Carl Sagan?
yeah. And I think Sagan's the other guy. He's the guy that's famous for saying billions and billions, right? Is that him? Yeah.
Yeah, that's
billions
him.
and millions. Nice. Yeah, I want to check that out because you're really into that. Hey, look at this guy. Holy crap.
What was the name of that one, Melinda?
It's called Light Years by Stellar Drone.
Stellar Drone. There you go. Hey, we have a long lost traveler that just popped in here. I'm gonna blow you up here, John, because it's been a long time.
I'm not lost.
You guys remember this guy? Well, not lost.
It's good to see you again, John.
Good to see you guys.
What's up, man?
Hi, John.
Hey,
How you doing?
Melinda. Serge.
You're all done with the Metalheads marathon?
Yeah, I'm with the Metalheads podcast, and we just did 6.5 hours of our
shit.
mid-year. Yeah,
That sounds like one of my normal streams. There you go.
And you
So
cure
we're
for
way
more.
ahead right now.
yeah.
So.
Well, for a little bit, I got to be up early in the morning, and I'm up.
Yeah. I know you're not able to hang out long. Let me work into the cycle here in a minute here, because where was I? I was at Melinda. Well, I'll tell you what, John, you go ahead and if you want to catch us up a little bit, we're at number 3. Wait,
What do
3
you-
or 4?
What do you want to hear from me?
Shit, 4. Well, go ahead. So John's gonna give us. Why don't you give me 2 now, and we'll come back and hit you for 2
All right.
and then 1.
So I guess you guys are just showing what you have and talking about it. Is that it?
Yep, pretty
Yep,
much.
alright.
And like, I don't know if I probably didn't make it clear enough to you, because I did know you did mainly dark ambient, right?
That's all I did.
Right. Yeah. But this is electronic, so we're doing everything from synthwave to IDM to EDM to drone but you can show your stuff, which is fine, because John has probably one of the best collections of dark ambient on the East Coast, man. He's the one, quite frankly, that probably got me into it. Although we could say him whose name shall not be said. Whoa, what's going on there? Whoa, what happened there? Is anyone else getting all that distortion?
Yeah.
Yep.
That's bizarro. John, talk a minute.
Right here. You getting the same distortion from me?
No. Something weird popped in there. I don't know what it was. Okay. But anyways, John, I don't know where did you come into this kind of electronic stuff, and maybe not so much just dark ambient, but electronic in general?
Well, it probably was dark ambient first. I mean, I didn't really listen to much. I mean, I like soundtracks. I guess you could give Peter Gabriel a nod with his what did he do? What was the soundtrack he did?
Passion of the Christ.
Passion of the Christ, yeah. But that's not necessarily.
Did you not? You didn't have any like Tangerine Dream or
No.
Jean-Michel Jarre or any of that stuff? No. Okay.
No.
Okay.
So I didn't really start digging deep until I got this. This is Atrium Kasseri, album Cell Block. If you're not sure who this is Simon Heath. He maintains Cryo Chamber, the label.
There you go, Rick.
And this was originally on CMI, the Cold Meat Industries. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Cold Meat Industries, but they were one of the big names in dark ambient. So this is where I really started. This is from 2003.
Which was it Bass Community that kind of pointed you in that direction, you think, or no?
I was on some news group site back when we used to download music from news groups that you couldn't get anywhere else. Right. I had to piece the songs together, and I found this and just listened to it, and I got hooked immediately and went down a very dark rabbit hole really fast.
Yeah, for sure, dude.
So
For sure.
But
I probably have about 40 dark ambient CDRs that you made me over the years. So
Probably.
just Atrium, Raison, all those Cold Meat and Cyclic and Cryo Chamber bands for sure.
yeah, but this is the one that really got me. And if you haven't heard this is his first of, I think, 20 some albums he has now. And that includes all the collaborations he's done with a ton of different artists that I'm a big fan of. But
Is he City's Last Broadcast?
no, that's
Or is that
Camera
Camera
guy from Camera Height. Okay. So, but he's done stuff with City's Last Broadcast. So,
okay.
But just this was the start for me. It's the whole thing sounds like you're in an old jail, or prison, or factory. It's not industrial sounding, but it has a lot of those sounds you might hear if you're walking in there at night and dark, and it just works. There were some samples that kind of got me hooked, especially on the song Reborn, that are kind of just morbid and macabre.
Yeah,
so,
we're going to try to play that then.
And I got hooked. So this is the one that got me. And then I went to Base Communion after that. And then it was just Lustmord like everybody else, at that point. And Camera Height, Sparts, and Yenpox, and Erps 9. And it just...
Call and all those things.
Call was another one. Yeah. He has something called A Golden Epiphany, which is his kind of 3 or 4 different tapes he put together. He put in one big kind of release at some point that really got me hooked. I used to listen to stuff to fall asleep to it, which sounds
so did
silly,
I, yeah.
But I get a lot of clarity after listening with this. So
you just miss Stunty down there. He's in Sweden. He's I don't know if you see him over there on the side there. He's got just a few albums, like 15,000 or something like that. Not many, but he's just showed what's the name of it? EAR, Experimental Research.
Oh,
or no?
Yeah, Experimental Audio Research, which is a Sonic Boom from the Spaceman 3 with Kevin Martin, Kevin Shields, and Thomas Conner remixing the whole album.
You remember Conner, man? I'm pretty sure I tried to get you into Daikan.
I've got a few of his. Yeah,
yep,
they're good.
Yeah. And then he did that stuff with Asma's Teachings with Contact de Jungling, or however the hell you say that.
The Jungling, which is an homage to Karl-Heinz Stockhausen.
Yep. So, all right, we're boring everybody. John, you got another one you want to show quick?
Yeah, I mentioned Yenpox. I'll pull up Yenpox. I don't know if anyone's familiar with Yenpox. This is New Dark Age. Came out
2
in
guys,
2000.
right? 2 dudes?
Yeah, it's 2 guys as far as I know. One ended up doing Bloodbox, and the other was Veil of Secrecy. And again, dark ambient, using big, huge kind of ominous sounds. I think the song that kind of sets it off the most, and I don't have, where's the back here? Sorry.
Is one of those guys in Yenpox and Sephiroth too, or is that a different?
No, Sephiroth is completely different. It's another one that's great. But there's songs on here called like Hell's Gate, Scorched Earth, Blood from the Heavens, Silence and Desolation.
Yeah, it's pretty evil.
You get the feel. So
actually, Kellen, that's one I think these are some artists we'll have to have a little convo. These are ones I think you'll dig a lot for sure. John probably has about 4,000 albums he can recommend for you. So
if you like that kind of early 90s to mid 90s
Lustmord
stuff.
Yep.
Then this is Yenpox, Sephiroth are right in that. Sephiroth's got some more tribal stuff that's mixed in with the dark ambient, which I like some tribal. Some of it get the little bit of the militant tribal I kind of lose interest in that sometimes, but
cool. I'm glad you made it, man. We'll try to get you out of here fairly quickly. And if you got to go, just let me know, but we'll do maybe 2 the next round for you. And all right, Kellen, you're up.
All right, for my 4th pick, this is by a 2-man group called Vortex, and it's entitled Hexen. It's a record that was inspired by the centennial this past year for the classic silent film by Benjamin Christensen on occultism. So there's essentially 2 records here. One is a drone release, and the other being a ambient version of the same sort of. I think the compositions are a little bit longer on the ambient side, But there's the back end of the record for you.
Man, that artwork's killer on that. Holy shit.
Yeah.
On the front there? That's
Yeah.
badass looking.
Pretty wild.
Is that gatefold?
Yep. And I believe
come
they're
out on?
actually Cyclic Law.
Okay. Oh, that's cyclic. Okay.
And I believe they're actually taking the score to a film festival in I think it's pronounced Samhain. And it's meant to be sort of paired with the actual film. So,
And the movie is the 1922 what's it called? Haxon?
yeah, you got it, but the same
But
name.
what's the subtitle? There's a subtitle, isn't it?
I can look up here for you.
I thought it was Haxon of witchcraft and something like that or whatever.
I thought you were going to say Nosferatu because I also had a centennial.
Witchcraft Through the Ages.
That's it. Witchcraft Through the Ages. If anyone's not seen that, I imagine some of you maybe haven't. It's a silent film, but there's, I think right now, if I'm not wrong, the Criterion version that had a, Stunty, do you know who did the soundtrack to it?
Well, I have a 1976 free jazz version.
That's the one I'm thinking of.
Okay.
Yeah. What was the name of that thing though? What was it called? The something collective or something like that? It's
I don't know.
I can't remember it. Yeah, it's it's a pretty freaky movie for 1922, man. It's like pretty trippy, and I can only imagine what that sounds like. So I got to check that out for sure. John, you have that one? That sounds like something you know.
No, I don't actually.
That's a cyclic one. You're gonna have to be fast finger typing that after we get off tonight.
At some point.
Yeah, I know. At some point you burn out on it, right?
I mean, I'm a big fan of Cyclic Law. There's so many great things from there, but at some point
you can't keep up.
Especially if you're following on Bandcamp and it's just stuff piling up constantly.
Yeah,
so.
exactly. Good choice there, Kellen. All right, we had Serge, I think.
All right. Penultimate pick. So I'm gonna go with my obscure pick for this one. This is Fervor by Gridlock. It's a experimental electronic project. This is basically ambient with fairly harsh fairly harsh industrial beats on top of it. So it's a very weird combination and certainly not particularly accessible, not for everybody. But for me, since I like both industrial and I like ambient, this kind of, in a weird way, worked for me. Yeah, that's the short description.
I've never heard of that one before. That's not one.
No, I would imagine not a lot of people would have. They got into more IDM maybe later. Actually, I don't think they did a lot.
They have a few EPs that are IDM straight up, a little hard, but yeah.
So, you know everything, man. It's impressive.
Electronic music, but metal, ask me metal, I know nothing.
Okay, you ready? Is that it, Serge?
Yep.
You good?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I think we're at Jake, I think. Sorry, I'm having trouble keeping track of who went and who didn't. Jake, you're muted. It might be on my end. Let me check. No, you're good. I was having a lot of feedback on you early on when John got on.
So for my fourth pick, I went with Sixth Circle. This might be a little bit of cheating. It's a 2 EP compilation.
That's all right.
Pacified and Conjuring. The compilation was released in 2020. I don't know the years that the two different ones were released, but I know Rick and Kellen are both familiar with the label Sentient Ruin. I don't know if anybody else is.
Yeah, I am.
They released this one complete blind buy for me. I think it might have even been like a freebie because they They do these big sales and throw in tons of free stuff. That might
Oh,
have
I
been
love
how I
the
got this, but those of you familiar know that they do these big elaborate descriptions on their Bandcamp. And since I have no idea how to explain this, I was just gonna quickly read what.
No, I love it when they do that because some of these other distros, you just give you like a YouTube link because you do the work yourself. Damn it, I'm not writing all this stuff. Century Ruin are good.
Yeah. So the two releases introduced multi-instrumentalist and soul mastermind Matt Auxier, condensing years of concepts and ideas into 11 jagged cuts of anarchist and Satanist post-industrial insurrectionism that explore deviant electronic dance music, dark movie soundtracks, and the most extreme fringes of punk, goth, and darkwave at their most aberrant and confrontational states, channeling with incredible craftsmanship and imagination the golden era of the genre first conceptualized in the late 80s and early 90s with cornerstone works by acts like Skinny Puppy and Frontline Assembly, which is funny because Jeff messaged me after checking this out and he mentioned both those acts.
I did, and I didn't read that either.
Yeah, the 11 original tracks show Six Circle pushing the genre's boundaries in multiple directions, reimagining the cell altogether and making the past and present of electronic industrial collide into an abrasive and pitch black synthesis of infectiously catchy beats, scathing vocals, apocalyptic atmospheres, and hypnotic distorted soundscapes that perfectly embody the archetypal post-industrial sonic dystopia.
Sounds like something I would have written about pretty much every metal band.
That guy definitely owns a thesaurus with
for
his
sure.
elaborate write-ups.
For sure. Nice. Sounds pretty cool. I liked that one quite a bit when I listened to it. I was like, whoa.
Yeah.
And I love Skinny Puppy and I love, I really like Frontline. That was kind of what got me into industrial. So that's one probably for you to check out, Serge. Sounds like it'd be something right up your alley.
Yeah, Sixth Circle from Columbus, Ohio.
Yeah, I may ask you guys, Stunties I still have, but some of you guys I wiped out some of the original text messages with your list of 5. So I may ask you to resend me that list. I hate to do that, and you'll be like, Jesus Christ, this guy's a pain in my ass. But yeah, so that way I can list them in the description some day down the road there. Cool. All right, so what do we have here? We are at Rick, dude.
No,
Jake, I am gonna mute you though because
I don't think am I next. I don't think I'm next.
I'm next.
Oh,
I'm sorry, Stunty. My bad. I literally cannot see you guys. The box is so tiny. Fuck. You know what? I'm gonna do that. There, I can see a little better that way. There we go. All right,
so I'm going to show one record from the only band I'm a fan of, or that I allow myself to be a fan of, which means that I have over 100 vinyl records of his and many CDs. This first came out on CD in the 90s. Then they did like a debris version of that only came out as an acetate in the early 2000s on that label we talked about the other day, Beta Lactam Ring.
Beta Lactam, yeah.
And it was finally issued on proper vinyl as a big box set.
Oh shit! Holy crap!
Featuring a shitload of totally unnecessary shit like a T-shirt,
exactly.
like a labyrinth game. like totally stupid, but this is what's interesting is like this explains quite a lot of what actually industrial music is, at least the original stuff, like with Throbbing Grissom and all that, because on the cover there you got pictures of John Balance, David Tibet, Peter Christopherson from David Tibet here, and Brian Bennett is also there somewhere. So it's basically like when industrial was electronic music or noise or experimental. Sometimes sometimes it was even post-punk, and this is probably one of the better example of what Nurse with Wound is best at, in my opinion, which is surrealistic music, which sometimes has even some humor in it. It could be like a Looney Tune cartoon soundtrack, and I know that, like, when I think about the whole discussion so far, there's so much discussion about darkness, which is a bit troubling to me, but or not troubling, but it's a little funny, because of course these bands are considered as dark and all that, but if you talk with them, that has nothing to do with it. Of course, Les Smart, he intentionally wants to do dark music, but yeah, I think that's where some misconceptions can come also, like seeking the darkness in these bands when there are actually, like, Nurse with Wound is a guy who lives in a farm in Ireland now, and who was doing collage, krautrock, psychedelic, drone, and sometimes it's dark, sometimes it's just beautiful or eerie, and this album, Who Can I Turn to Stereo is probably originally considered as one of his drone albums, but because it's long form tracks, like 20 minutes long, but they go in so many directions, and I find them quite joyful.
Yeah, I think, well, just to kind of clear up the perception about the dark part of things, that I think a lot of us are metalheads. I mean, I could say Nick, myself, Rick, Kellen, Jake, we're all metalheads. Like, that's if you came to us and said, what's your favorite genre of music? I would probably go there first. That would be the first. That would be one. But I also love classic rock, and I love fucking ABBA, and I love, I'm very all over the place. So is several of the guys. But I think when I brought this up, maybe some people locked in a little bit more on the dark side of things than maybe I was requiring them to do. Like, I think I wasn't clear with John, so I apologize to him. But I think everybody else is like, oh, it's Jeff, we got to pick dark shit. So
I didn't pick a lot of dark shit.
Maybe it's just my perception of me. Everybody thinks I'm the
Nick wasn't that dark.
No, actually, my shit's, I mean, outside of Survive, a lot of stuff in here is kind of happy.
Yeah, and I mean, Melinda's stuff mostly is happy.
Smack That Bitch Up is pretty dark. I'm just saying.
I don't even think my picks have been too dark either yet. Burial's not dark. Oxygen has moments that are kind of dark, but I mean, I don't think it was really necessary that we went that way. I just guess maybe some people took the dark ambient thing a little bit, more serious than maybe I did. But Venetian Snares isn't dark. That's kind of weirdly all over the place. It's kind of frenetic, right? It's like got this frenzied sort of feel to it. But I'm gonna. Well, I'm not up yet, but I'm gonna piggyback on you. Uh-oh. Hold on, guys. Are you there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I just literally lost my. I don't know what the fuck is going on, man. Oh.
Uh-oh.
Shit. Hold on a minute. Am I gone?
No, we can still see you. You froze up for a second, though.
Can you still see me?
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, you're there.
Okay, I can't see you guys. I lost my picture. All I'm seeing is the circling blue dots.
It's because we are circling blue dots.
What the fuck? No, this is really not good.
Just figured out that we are machines.
Is that a new band?
You're in the
Circling Blue
Matrix.
Dots?
Well,
no, the problem is I can't.
Simulation over.
I see you guys behind. Like it looks like I lost my screen. All right, you guys, I'm gonna. I don't know if this laptop that I have, if the battery starts to go low, it usually shuts down, and I don't know if my cord was pulled out or what, but it's not going back. So I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. You stay live and just talk amongst yourself for a minute or two.
all right.
And I don't have a choice here. I'm gonna have to reboot. It's not. I don't know what it's doing. It's just sort of sitting here. I'm really kind of worried about what this is doing. I've never seen it do this before. So I can't even actually boot out. I'm going to have to reboot my computer. But you guys should stay live, I believe.
I think so.
Guess
It's
we'll
an
find
adventure.
out.
We'll find out.
Well, you will find out. So I don't have any other alternative. I don't know what to do. It's like not responding to any of my keystrokes. Serge, have you ever seen this? Like heard of this?
I mean, I don't know what you're saying. So.
Well, I'm seeing the circling blue dot, like for the blue dots that are chasing each other for Windows. Like it's rebooting.
I don't know. I don't know what to tell you.
That's not good.
Are you saying those blue dots are like over our pictures?
Well, you guys are all blurred out. The screen is gone, but I can hear you. I have volume. I can see behind this almost like gauzy wall that I can see the normal setup back there, but it's all blurred. I can't see anything, and it's just these circling blue dots. So you guys talk amongst yourself for a minute. I'm going to try to bail out and come back in. Sorry.
All right.
And by the way, I did. It was not like I'm dissing dark ambient or anything. I have some of that as well. I was just surprised that there was so much of that.
So if the teacher's 5 minutes late, we're allowed to leave, right?
Well, I think what somebody in the comments mentioned, it's a stream of metalhead. So yeah, we like dark stuff.
Yeah, I think a lot of us lean.
That's just what's in our collections. I mean, that's.
I guess that like it's just that for me, a lot of music I have has some real darkness and starkness, but not because the intention is like when the intention is to make something dark. For me, it kind of loses its power because it becomes like entertainment then. If you see what I mean. Like the whole dungeon synth is it's like the Stranger Things. It's entertainment.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that. But
I deliberately stayed away from all my industrial stuff on this one, just because it's it feels like it's almost like a separate stream. Like because industrial's so wide open.
I didn't pull into industrial. Again, Gridlock is kind of on the edge there, but.
Most industrial have singing, have vocals in it or something.
I kind of figured that's a whole different thing.
Well, most of
you guys can see me?
Yeah.
Yep.
Sorry, I have no idea.
Get me out of this. Get me out.
Get you out. Sorry.
It's been 3 years.
All right, now I've got tons of fucking noise though. Well, now what? Why is it black?
Wow, he got small.
I have no idea what happened. All I saw was you guys, the whole screen went blurry. It went dark, then it went blurry. Then all I saw was that circling blue dots chasing its tail like it was rebooting, but it wouldn't reboot, and I couldn't get out. So I'm now worried that my laptop is taking a shit on me. But anyways, we'll try to get through this. So Stunty finished up, and Florida Doug is dark. Maybe that's why I pulled Doug up. So we're at...
Doesn't Rick still need to go?
Yeah, I think Rick needs to go.
Doug is back. Or did Rick go yet?
No, Rick didn't go. Rick and Doug and me and John. All right, Rick, number 4.
All right. Well, first of all, that thing about being only into darker stuff and whatever, like, come on. Like, we're not. No, actually, I lied. I'm going to show something really dark.
I was going to say, are you going to put out like Robert Miles or what?
How do you beat the Suicide Forest?
So I showed it to Jeff earlier. He was like, holy crap. So this is a project. So if this is a guy that was really prolific before I pulled this up. So if you know a project called, what is it? Gnaw Their Tongues, Grand Celestial Nightmare.
Oh, God.
Dude from the Netherlands. So just to show you, this is not just a guy who pulls knobs. This is a dude who's been doing a lot of projects. So this is one of his sort of ambient power electronics, got bits of industrial in there, and this album hates you. It wants you to go to hell. And so if you're going through anything like that with this kind of this inward anxiety and just this sort of never-ending torment, this is the musical embodiment of it. So it's called adulating. So you can tell just by how friendly that looks. And
No, Their Tongues is pure evil. I own one of their albums. That was enough.
Yeah, it's that dude.
Oh, man.
very unsettling. Not for everybody, but if you hate the world just the same, you're getting one of those moods.
What's the
this
name
thing
again,
will,
Rick?
move on with you.
What's the name of it?
Adderlating. Adderlating. ADERLATING.
Huh.
Yeah, it's like, so there's a sort of bed of ambient, and over top it just builds this congestion, right? And as you would imagine from looking at this, and I'll just read you some of the song titles, right? So a vulture's tongue disease, the burial gown reeks of semen, down to the smoldering pits of infinity, bondage and shame, disgrace and fear, spewed on by slaves of inhumanity. Yeah, and then this was
And
called.
where's this guy from? Where's this guy from?
From the Netherlands.
Yeah, they're always so happy over there.
Yeah, they do seem a lot happier. What happened?
He's got quite a lot of these. This is probably five or six one in this project, among the numerous other things he's doing. So I don't know where the hell he finds the time.
Well, it seems like the Null the Tongues dude. He's from there too, I believe, isn't he?
Yeah, it's the same guy.
Oh, it's the same guy. Okay.
Yeah, he does mostly the black metal stuff.
Yeah,
it kind of is very kind of. He's like House of Ebb. It's kind of like that. Just that very unsettling thing.
He's pretty fucking twisted, John. You ever check any of that out in all their tongues?
No, I haven't.
Man, it's pretty fucking fun.
It's a noisy nightmare.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you like that kind of thing, this will definitely drive with you.
Almost makes Lustmord sound like, like fairy godmother type stuff.
I would love this on vinyl, but they just have this sort of eco wallet thing, which I don't like very much. So it's just minor complaint aside.
Yeah, he's got a whole bunch of side projects. I think there's 4 or 5 of them, right? Something like that.
He's got like 100. If you look, look at all the things.
Okay. Rick, you're. Am I the only one that's seeing that Rick is like super choppy and?
Yeah.
No, he's been like that the whole time.
Yeah, he has, but it looks like it's gotten worse the last couple minutes here. I don't know if it's the basement thing or whatever. Man, we're not being smiled on by the gods of audio and video tonight. Okay, so Doug, where are you at? Doug's.
I'm in and around.
Doug.
So I guess my stuff is a bit more mild mannered.
Did Doug leave?
No, Doug's right there.
Hi.
Well, it says
Can you hear
Florida
me?
Doug.
Okay.
I don't see anybody in Doug's square. Am I missing something?
He's up.
Your video must be behind or something.
Yeah.
There's something going on with me then, because I don't see him. All I see is black video with him.
Do you hear him?
Can you hear me?
No,
okay?
I don't even hear him.
Can anybody hear me?
I can hear you.
For sure, yeah.
Well, go ahead, Doug. For some reason, I see everybody else, and everybody else was fine. Like when I came in, Stunty said, "Get me out of here." I could see him, and I could see Rick talking. I don't see you, Doug. So when you're done, just tell someone to tell me that you're done.
Okay.
Weird. Fuck, man.
So I'm saying I'm going with some of the more mild things.
Not hearing a word.
So Vangelis has always been, everybody knows him from Chariots of Fire, but he's put out a lot of albums over time, and he's done some compilation stuff. And since I'm a big fan of Yes, there's several John and Vangelis records from back in the day. I picked Private Collection, which is a 1983 album. There's a song on here that I was trying to get the first time I got married to be part of the wedding procession, but my wife at the time rejected it all. But there's a really intense, I think it's side B, like a 15-minute tune on here. Horizon, it's 22 minutes, which kind of goes, in a way, it reminds me of Pink Floyd Echoes, just the way that it travels and the different sonic scapes that it presents along the way. Very powerful. There's on side A, I mean, the thing's just loaded with, there's 6 tracks altogether. Side A's got 5, side B has just got the 1 song. out of all of the John Vangelis albums, this one is, in my opinion, the best. It's also better than a lot of just the straight up Vangelis tunes or albums, and I've got a litany of those guys too. But you know, he's kind of the master performer of, I mean, I call it like high-end electronic music. If you've ever seen his keyboards, his setup, and he's just surrounded by pedals and various keyboards and specific gear that was made just for him. And he can play a lot of this stuff live, and he's just an amazing guy. And he died, I think, last year. But that's my pick.
All right. Hey, Jeff says if you try to bounce out and come back in, that might correct the issue.
Okay.
So, yeah, give that a whirl. So I'm relaying it for Jeff. He's actually texting me right now.
Okay, I'll kick out and back in.
All right.
Sorry about that, guys. Like, I'm not sure what happened there. Nick will tell you, all I have is a black screen.
Yeah, you show me the picture.
No volume for Doug. It's like when I went out and came back, he was not there anymore. Everybody else is fine. I see Jake just gave me a thumbs up and all that stuff. So go ahead, Jake. You're muted.
It's
What? You remuted.
There we go. There we go.
It's your turn, Jeff.
Oh, it's mine?
Yeah.
Did you do one? You did fourth?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, my bad. All right, man. I got so fucked up from the computer shutting down. That really blew me out of. John, do you want to do another one?
No, go ahead.
Okay, you sure? All right. All right. So this one here, I'm gonna piggyback on Stunty. I'm gonna go with Nurse with Wound. I'm gonna go with one of his more probably popular titles. I can't remember if this was the first one I got, but I think it might be. This is the United Serpents version. Got the type sticker still. Probably got this around 2003, I'm thinking. Came out in 1988 originally. 3 discs, 3 albums, I do believe. Correct, Stunty? 3 albums?
You're muted, Stunt.
Sorry, yeah, this Origin came out as a triple LP, but the reissue has a 4th side, or like a 4th CD. That when they did the reissue on vinyl with the red instead of the gold, it had like a 4th LP.
Right,
And,
the red foil. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is
But
Steven Staples.
I don't know if it's his most popular, but it's probably one of the first drone records ever that was.
I
not
was just
coming
going to
from the
say, it
Academy.
very well could be one of the very first drone albums ever.
That is not coming from the Academy. That is coming from punks, industrial rockers, or whatever.
Right. Yeah. And basically, the story is that he set up a guitar and a bunch of pedals and just started to fuck around with the pedals. But at some point, and you probably know the story better than I do, Stunny, he actually started to use like his hands, like a theremin to use. Did he do something with the pedals to change the way that they?
Yeah, there was some magnetic field that like he basically created like frequencies because of the electromagnetic field of the mess he had created. Yeah.
Right. And so just him moving his body and moving his hands and legs, he wasn't actually sitting there punching the pedals with his feet. He was actually directing this sort of droning, swelling, sort of thing. And it's really still one of the marquee sort of drone albums that you can find out there. And as Stunny said, it's probably one of the very first, I guess if you want to call them artists that did. And I don't know that he really set out to do that. I think that it just sort of was a happenstance that he.
I mean, he 100% was aware of Lamont Young and all the guys like the Phil Corner and all the guys who were doing drone music for sure.
Mhm.
But like, I don't know if it was intentional when he did that one. I don't know.
Yeah, it just sort of he started playing around with these pedals and volume swells and oscillators and things like that, and he came up with it. And it's a super fucking cool album. Where's this one rate in your Nurse with Wound hierarchy? Pretty high.
Top 10, but I have
Yeah.
over 80 albums.
I was going to
plus
say you have like hundreds of albums, so it's kind of hard to stick with it. But yeah, this is for Nurse with Wound. If you're going to get into Nurse with Wound, there's so much diversity in his catalog. You know, from the very first album, Chance Meeting of a Dissecting. What is it? Chance Meeting of a
Meeting on a dissecting table.
Dissecting Table. Yeah, which is pure music concrete. It's noise. It's really what this whole episode was kind of ironically sort of tailor made for. But it's not one of my favorites. It's kind of it's a pretty intense listen. This is a little bit more easier. So if you're going to ease into the Nurse with Wound, I do not have nearly remotely the number of titles that Stunty has. I think
No one should have as many.
No one
records.
should have as much. Yeah, right. I think I have maybe in the 25 range of CDs. John, did I get you into these guys, or kind of not really?
I have a few probably ripped CDs, but I couldn't tell you much about it, to be honest.
Yeah, and you made me a bunch of stuff. I remember you grabbed me a bunch of stuff that it was hard to find that wasn't on CD.
Yeah, I may have found some stuff somewhere
back in the day. In fact, one of the ones that Stunty showed, Who Can I Turn on the Stereo? For how's it? What's the title? Who Can I Turn to Stereo?
Yeah, Who Can I Turn on Stereo?
Yeah, good stuff. So I mean, again, he's got drone, he's got weird stuff, music on cred. It's hard to explain Nurse with Wound,
but he had
go ahead.
Kind of like the 90s Aphex Twin or Coil. He has a sound, and that's what's so amazing with him, and what's fascinating is that he can transfer his sound in types of music that are quite different.
Right. Yeah.
Like when he does Who Can I Rock and Roll Station, which has almost kind of hip hop beats, even if they are industrial, whatever. It sounds 100% like a Nurse with Wound album.
Yep. Yeah, it's a slippery slope getting into it. Trust me. If you're going to go there, prepare to spend a lot of money, or also just not be able to find some stuff. So, John, why don't you throw another 2 at us, and then we'll all wrap up with our final one.
Yeah, I'm going to do 2, but then I have to unfortunately go because I've been going since 4 p.m. and I got to be up at 6. So,
shit.
Yeah,
it's 6 here now for me.
Yeah, I know.
Well, he means 6 a.m. here, which is he's on the East Coast, so he's going to get about 6 hours sleep.
Yeah, unfortunately, a family thing came up that I got to attend to in the morning. So, my stuff is still going to be dark. So I don't really have much industrial. I don't venture out to some of the stuff you guys are probably talking about. It just never was much of an interest for me, but this is what I got. And when I listen to this stuff, I'm not listening to, be evil or dark or go down that path. I actually get a lot of clarity from this because there's something about just kind of accepting what you're getting and letting it wash over you and kind of going to a different place. I've heard plenty of ambient stuff, and sometimes it's a little too happy for me. So maybe I'm the opposite on that. I don't need to be necessarily happy with some of my sounds, and that's quite all right. We all listen to things differently, and that's what makes it great. But I'll give you 2 more, and then I got to cut. Unfortunately, I'm sorry, guys. I just can't stay up anymore.
That's cool.
This one's Erps 9, Germany duo. This is called Etta Karene. Real, just deep and not industrial, but it has kind of a different sound. It's not just kind of droney stuff, but it's pretty dreadful in some spots, but not like I think the one Rick was talking about earlier. But then it kind of brings you back and kind of puts you in a position to kind of contemplate what you're listening to. And like I said, I get a lot of clarity out of this. I kind of hyper focus a little better than some things. Some things I kind of just feel like it's background noise. And for some of this stuff, I really enjoy. And this is off of the Loki label, which has got a lot of German bands. I think Innate is on there. And also Land Fire, which is these guys also. So their second act. And then I'll finish up with my favorite dark ambient, and it's Camera Height. This is the most recent. This is Thonal. Came out in 2020, I believe. I've been a fan since his first official albums came out in the mid 2000s.
Is that Starseed, or which one was that one?
This one here?
No, what was the first one?
Oh, jeez.
Just camera height?
Yeah, I gotta go back. I can't think of there's because he's got like 12 or 13. I can't think of it now.
Yeah. I know.
So-
what was
as
the
the-
one? Didn't he do the one Star Seed or Star something?
I don't think so. Give me a sec here. I'll look. So the two were Asleep at the Well Hidden and the Star Wheel. Yeah, you're right. The Star Wheel.
That's what I thought. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a good one, man.
Yeah, they're great. And
They're all great.
They're not necessarily dark, but they're not bright in their sound. If that's a better way to say it. And so
They just feel the Star Wheel feels like you're drifting in space in a black hole or something like it. It's just very immersive. It encompasses you.
right. And it's not like Gustav Hildebrand that kind of goes into that kind of space ambient.
Right.
You know, it's not necessarily like that, but
was he Primordial Resonance? Is that another one?
from him,
Yeah, isn't Primordial Resonance Gustav?
I believe so. Yes.
Yeah.
And then Camera Height's known for City's last broadcast, where he goes out and gets field samples and expands on those. And he's done a ton of stuff now with Atrium Kasseri, however you say it, which is Simon Heath from Crowd Chamber. He's done a bunch of compilations. There's a whole Kaluthu thing that they do at Crowd Chamber. Is like I think 7 or 8 of them now. It's just got like 10 artists on it, and they're all like 2 hours long.
Yeah, that first City's last broadcast is really killer, man. It's so evocative of like, you know, the end of days, but it's not eerie. It's just more like calming and weirdly
Right.
transportive, I think, is what maybe you were going after. Like it just takes you someplace in your mind.
Yeah, you almost feel like you're walking in the apocalypse.
Yeah.
But it's not like you're fearing for your life. It's just like it's like that Twilight Zone episode, you know, where the guy's by himself.
Yeah, like time enough at last, right?
And then he breaks his
everything, right?
glasses and he can't.
Yeah. I mean, it is like you're walking through it and you're an observer.
Right.
And that's a lot of what some of these cyclic law artists do and stuff like that. So, hey, man, listen, I appreciate you jumping in. I'm grateful that you popped by. Maybe we can get another one. We're looking at Anathema down the road, so think about that. But I know you got a lot going on.
Yeah.
But cool to see you.
Yeah, it's nice seeing everyone.
Yeah, thanks
I
for
gotta run.
popping in. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Enjoy.
anytime.
Hope you guys have some brighter
Bye,
stuff than what
John.
I showed. All
All
right,
right,
we'll
man.
see.
See you, John.
Good to see you.
Peace.
All right, there we go. Sorry about that. All right, so we'll start with I guess we're on our last one, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry about all the weirdness, like the trippiness, although we're still under 3 hours, which is actually a lot better than I thought it was going to be.
All right. Well, this is another one I think that's kind of on the cusp, but it's odd in a sense because this band became more electronic, but they added a real drummer. The band in question is Genghis Tron. Their album 2021, Dream Weapon, top 10, maybe top 5 for me last year. I absolutely love this. Now, before this was their first album in 13 years, and they were electronic grindcore or cyber grind. It was legit some of the weirdest, most spastic music I think I listened to. I own all the previous albums, Cloak of Love, Board Up the House, and Dead Mountain Mouth. And it would just transition between frantic electronic blast beats, weird synths, and just nuts guitars. But they came back and they made probably their most synth-driven album ever. In fact, the guitars really take a backseat, kind of like God Lives Underwater. The guitars are kind of like the extra seasoning, and the synths take the kind of front stage there. And it's just such a massive sounding album. And they still mix in the electronic drums, but the real drum performance on here is absolutely fantastic. And it's interesting that the production on here is done by Kurt Ballou of Converge. And it's kind of one of his least Kurt Ballou sounding albums in a way, because generally his are guitar dominated. The drums generally are just punchy as hell, and they are punchy as hell. But this is more about lush atmosphere. It's very spacey. It's very trancy and energetic and bombastic, but in a way that they weren't before. Like, it was kind of teased on Board Up the House, but this one just kind of goes full bore for mood and very breathy vocals and lots of layers. It's such a lush listen. Man, the title track in here is probably the most energetic and heavy, but the song Ritual Circles, 10 minutes of just synthy fucking joy. Everything about this album I love. Start to finish, it is an absolutely incredible album. I would say mostly electronic, like even though there are real drums, there are electronic drum accents as well. But it's just a flat out good listen. If you love great synths, like this is just one to dive into.
Yeah, that's a good album. I think you turned me on to that. I hadn't
heard
the name. Yeah.
It is legit my nighttime driving music. Like if I have like an open stretch of like just country road or highway, like that is that perfect mood. Like it kind of moves with the pulse of the street lights going by. It's just, it's such a cool, moody album.
Nice. Good one. All right, Melinda, what you got? Oh, you're muted.
So for my top pick, I chose an album called Church by A-R-C.
Oh, yeah. I totally forgot we were going to share these, right?
Yeah.
That's
so
an awesome
do
album.
you want to play Nick's track first, or do you want to play all the tracks back to back?
Well, certain people jumped out of sequence and didn't do it as their last one. So I guess, how do we want to do? Well, no, why don't we do it with your thing now? And let me pull it up here.
All right.
We'll play about 2 minutes because you gave me a spot to jump on there.
Yeah.
And then we'll go. I got to just find it. Hold on.
Yeah, for sure.
There we go. Okay. Can you guys see that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Remember, I can't hear myself because I have an external mic. So I'm going to start playing it and just let me know that it's playing, if you would. Hang on here. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Where'd you go?
And just so everybody knows the context, we're jumping in the middle of this track because it's a 10-minute piece.
Oh.
Can you guys hear?
Oh, yeah.
Too loud?
Nah, it sounds good.
Very Berlin school.
I'm sorry?
Very Berlin school.
Oh, yeah. The whole point is here just to give people watching that don't know these maybe a little taste of something, and then someone in the panel that may be interested. All right. Gives you a good little taster of it.
There you go.
And go ahead,
Yeah,
Mel.
it's
You
not
want to
enough.
wrap it up? Tie that up?
I mean,
There's not enough good things I can say about, I guess his name's Ian Bodie.
Ian Body, yeah.
Everything that he touches is awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, is that who it is? Ian Body?
And Mark Shreve.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. Nice.
Unfortunately, Mark Shreve passed away last year. This particular album was done in 2010, and it was actually recorded in a church, live in front of an audience. So at the end of the tracks, you actually hear people applauding and cheering. But it's amazing when you hear like how well it's recorded for a live performance like that. And it's very inspiring album to me as a person who composes music. I love it. And no, I am not an Asheville local.
You visited last year, right?
I visited last year and I love it there, but I don't live there. I live in the Midwest.
My daughter lives there, but all right, cool. So let's go with Kellen.
Well,
sorry.
With that, I mean Ian owns Din.
The Din label. Yep.
Din label, and I have not come across a single listen-worthy album from that label.
Cool.
There's probably some, but that's been my latest fascination, and it's all good stuff.
What Doug means is he spent like thousands of dollars on all their catalog. That's what he's trying to say. Okay.
I can't be any more enthusiastic about these guys than I am.
Awesome. Kel, I'm gonna pull you up and let's do your track. I gotta find it. Give me 1 minute. You were hula. What was it?
So the project's called Himicult.
Himicult. Can see it, right?
Little change of pace from Melinda.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be slightly different. Yeah. I'll be right back, guys. I'm on 2 minutes. I'll be right back. I gotta get a drink. Okay. Well, now. Happy.
Go ahead. Were you going to ask me a question?
I think my computer's haunted now. So you did that.
Nick's trying to search for words. He's like, what?
Scary.
Yeah. Talk about this a little bit.
Okay, so Himicult is a project by Esther Karkinen and sort of the power electronics noise project. The subject matter is for her mostly autobiographical. She's described the sort of inspiration for it as trying to deal with specifically, like she has a lot of the albums are titled after sex workers. And so her sort of, she's, I guess, has phrased it as an exorcism of a specific time period in her life. But if anyone's, I think people in the chat were mentioning White House, or another one might be master-slave relationship, sort of serve as points of reference here. But yeah, a lot of the artwork here are white and black sort of pornographic shots of herself.
Where's she from? Where's she from?
She's Estonian, but she went to school here. So Himacult is actually lustfully in Estonian. So, but a lot of the photographs are sort of collaged and cut up, are either of herself or sometimes previous relationships. But it's like a consistent theme for the album artwork. But
how'd you tunnel into that one?
Malignant Records.
Yeah. Yep. That explains it. Okay. Where are we at next? We're at, help me out, guys. I'm
Probably
Serge?
me, I guess.
Serge.
Okay. Serge, you're gonna have a pretty, yours is pretty well known, probably, I guess.
Yeah, well, I had to include this because it's one of my.
I know you love that. You love that,
favorite
and I
bands of
have
all
it, and I
time.
love it too. Hang on a second. Throw it on first here, quick for you. Let's play a little bit of it here. Everybody
Oh.
hear it?
Oh,
Can you hear it?
yeah.
Yeah, it was.
There it goes. Playing?
Yeah.
Okay. I think
Yeah. So
anyone that's kind of into electronic music probably knows a little bit about the orb. Maybe.
yeah, I mean, I would imagine a lot of people already know the orb, but if anybody doesn't, very fun.
This is, in my opinion, this is the fourth studio album of theirs. It's their peak. It's the last one with Thrash, the first one with Thomas Feldman from Palais Schaumburg, and after that, it's not worth it, in my opinion. But this one really is like incredibly good. And if you got it on vinyl or even the CD, the packaging is really, really cool.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I think
my
this.
favorite.
Yeah, I do feel like this is their peak because for me, like this is their trippiest album, and this is their midpoint between the kind of like ambient house of early on and then like the dub stuff they would do later, and I mean the orb gets a little messy and they have a million albums and there's good and bad in there, but this one is particularly meaningful for me, but it's also I think it's their peak. It's very trippy. I feel like it's one of those albums you can trip to without drugs if you listen to it.
Is Alex Patterson, right? He's the main guy.
Yeah.
Is he still alive?
Yeah,
He's alive. Okay, I didn't know. Well,
No,
I didn't know because
he's still DJing. They still
But
do
how
shows.
old is he? He's got to be.
Alex Patterson, he used to be the roadie for Killing Joke.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and he got like he was just a DJ. He was just in the studio saying, "Oh, I like this, I like that." But the real musician there is Thrash, and Youth
Right.
from Killing Joke helped as well.
Okay.
and a bunch of other producers. Basically, Alex Patterson is just like the the guy whose name, but he's the one who does the least in a way.
He's the
Well, he puts it
Svengali.
together, but yeah, it's always
Yeah,
you know there's always random people involved. You
But
know,
I was wondering how
very
old-
early on, Jim Cauty from KLF was part of it too.
Okay,
Yeah.
was okay. All right, yeah.
James
That's a cool one, man. I forgot
Cowley,
about
who
that.
used to be in Big in Japan with Budgie from Susie and the Banshees.
Nice. Okay, who is next? Just help me out here, guys. Are you Stunty? Why don't I do you?
I
Just
think
so in
it's
case-
no, I think it's
Are you good? Okay. Well, I'm just thinking about you and the fact you've been up for like
okay.
days. But it's up to you. Do you want to hang a little bit yet? We should be able to wrap in 30 minutes.
all right. No, but we can do
Actually,
mine then.
Okay.
Jeff, I probably need to jump off because it's
Oh,
late.
kid,
for me,
right.
so.
Okay, man. Serge, good seeing
but-
you, bud.
Yeah, I loved hanging with all of you. Also,
Good seeing you, Serge.
Bye, Serge.
Later, Serge.
Bye.
Shit, what happened here?
You should like my next one, Serge.
Okay. Mel, are you hanging yet?
Yeah.
Good to hang a little bit yet?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Oh, I didn't get to play my track, but you can circle back to me.
Yeah, I'll circle back to you because you guys,
Yeah.
you guys
I
didn't
fucked it up.
follow my instructions.
There were
Okay.
instructions?
I think Jake is up then, right? Yeah. Jake, let's do your track here. Give me 1 second here. You can.
Yep.
Do you need to set this up at all?
No, just go for it. I'll say what I have to say after.
Okay, give me 1 minute here. Gotta find it. God damn it. Hey. Yeah, it'd be nice if these were in order, but of course they're not. Oh,
While he's
motherfucker.
pulling it up, the track's gonna be from Health, Volume 4,
Oh.
Signs of Fear, 2019 release.
What's it called? Feel Nothing?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you hear it?
Oh, yeah.
You're not the only one. You're like the rest of us. Oh, you will become undone. We're alone, alone with everyone. We wanna soothe the burn. We wanna dull the hurt. So we don't feel nothing. Why should we try so hard? Let's get numb. So we don't feel nothing. Let's comfort in the ground. Let's get numb. So we don't feel nothing. Here alone, we didn't choose to be born under a dying sun. Just let us cool the burn. So we don't feel nothing. Why should we try so hard? Let's get numb. So we don't feel nothing.
All right.
Let's come.
So go ahead
Yeah.
and give us a little bit on that.
Yeah, so Health. Quite a bit different from what the previous tracks we listened to were. Like somebody said, wasn't expecting a pop hook. Yeah, this is like IDM or mixed with like noise rock, and then you have those kind of ethereal dream pop vocals over the top, written very poppy like. You got all those pop hooks coming through it, you know. But yeah,
Somebody's dog just bit their
Twice.
ass off. Some child is being attacked by a fucking Canine, what is going on here? This stream is like fucking insanity tonight.
Just likes the music. I don't know.
I think. Are you talking about my dog right behind me?
Yeah.
I think so.
She
Yeah.
is going. She's on one tonight.
Dog's in good.
Her toy right behind me.
It's in good health.
But yeah, health. Seen them live twice. Put on a killer show. Tons of energy.
Where are they from?
I think they're from Los Angeles. I even took my buddy who went down. We went down to Phoenix last year to see
You
Motley
talked
Crue,
about
that
them a
big-
couple of times. Yeah.
on
And
that big stadium tour. And I took my buddy, and he's into just normal rock music, country music. I'm like, dude, I'm dragging you to this show. I don't care if you hate it or whatever.
Dog's like, fuck you, get off the goddamn computer, man.
Oh yeah. But yeah, I took him, and he loved the show. Like a year later, he's like, dude, who was that band that you took me to see down there? You want to
What
listen
is
to
going on? Somebody just farted. What the
It was not me.
Nick, I know you. It was
I would have
you.
claimed it. I would have claimed it. I would have been
Hey,
in
man,
tears on the
I was on
floor.
mute.
It wasn't me. Holy shit, your dog is fucking wigging, man.
Yeah.
It's literally disintegrated into fucking insanity.
Everything eventually turns into butt jokes or poop jokes or fart jokes. Every time.
Always has to.
Yeah.
He's like, listen, man, fuck you, you're done. All right. I'm gonna mute you, no offense. Jake's gonna beat the shit out of his dog right now. Oh fuck. All right. Okay, that was funny. All right, Stunty, I think you're up.
Yeah. So
Okay, let me throw up you need to set it up at all?
oh, it's a band that started in '83. The guy died in 1998, and since he passed, there's probably has been like 150 albums released of his. He started in the industrial scene in Manchester, and but he carved his own niche with music influenced by the Israeli occupation of Palestine, and it's fairly unique discography he has. Was very like in the 90s. That was a very interesting band to follow, as there was lots of talk about him donating all his money to the Hamas and all that. He lived with his parents and they didn't know he was making music. He converted to Islam, but actually a lot of all that was like hype by the labels because he was kind of autistic, and like the music feels like as you will see. And this is an album that was released in '98 on CD. And that was my biggest want of something to be released on vinyl eventually, which it did, and it goes for quite a lot of money now. It's
a lot of his stuff goes for crazy money. How many of his albums do you have?
I don't. He has stuff that is like more like rhythmic noise or distorted beats, straight up ambient. And what I like the most is this, when it's like ambient, but also Middle East and a little bit tribal, but like in a subtle way.
Right. Yeah, he. It should be noted, he also did some remixes and worked with the guy whose name we won't mention. That guy, that Porcupine Tree guy. He worked with Bass Communion and did some remixes.
Yeah. That's true. Yeah,
and they're good. They're pretty good. And I don't know. Yeah, he died of like what, pneumonia?
No, leukemia.
Oh, it was leukemia. Okay, I didn't know that. Okay. All right, let's give it a listen here. This is some pretty heavy stuff.
No.
No, I guess intense is a better word.
सुबह हम जब उठते हैं नींद से उठने के बाद में यहाँ पे आके वो छोटरगा की हद सोचने के जैसे वैसे कुछ नहीं है मेरी बीमार ऐसे है मेरी
It should be noted this is a 12-minute track.
Yeah.
So we're only going to get, I'll move it ahead a little bit. Hard to get.
Yeah, so you can hear he uses noise and field recordings and some speakers, but almost like in a psychedelic way. Like it creates like just something a little bit disruptive that serves, in my opinion, like a psychedelic purpose. And this one is a little dark, but it's also like eerie more than dark, I would say.
This is the Muslim gauze I prefer. This, like you. Some of the more ethnic stuff that's really jarring, the samples is pretty intense, man. It's an intense listen. Do we know how many recordings he actually, like how many actual albums he has out?
Over 200.
Yeah, it's crazy. And I don't know if you noticed on there, but I circled the thing where it said there were 200 copies left. And what they did was they repressed and they changed a little bit of the verbiage in maybe the liner notes or something like that. So they can repress it again because the people that own the first versions or whatever start freaking out and going, well, you're going to fuck up the value of these and, that kind of stuff like that. So, I mean, that's part of it. But
I have both versions.
Yeah, of course you do. Why are we not surprised?
No, because it's really one of my favorite albums. And,
I got you.
And I thought, like,
why not?
If I damaged this one, like, let's be on the safe side. And I bought it when it was new and cheap.
Yeah, that's the thing. And I mean, I don't know if you saw it too. Now, when I had that up there, it said 445 euros for like the entire collection. Is that his entire? That's just his entire collection. That's
digital.
Yeah, I was going to say that's not the entire collection. It can't
no.
Yeah, just probably. I don't know, man. There's what's his name? The Japanese Merzbow. There's this guy, and there's maybe Nurse with Wound, but even Nurse with Wound kind of pales in comparison. Yeah,
Masami Akita and Bryn Jones, Muslim Goes and Merzbow, they're probably the two most productive over that span of time.
Period of time
that released physical release also.
Because I doubt anybody picked Merzbow. I didn't. I have one Merzbow album. I'd never listened to it.
But you asked me how many Muslim Goes records, so he has probably around over 200. I bought most of these on CD in the 90s. I have probably like 30, 40 CDs, but I only have 15 vinyl.
Okay.
Because I have the ones I want. There's a lot of stuff that is too distorted or too just breaky for me.
Yeah, that's one of the things. If you're going to get into Muslim gauze, man, you got to really take your time and see what you enjoy, because you may not very likely enjoy all of it. You're probably not going to. I like some of it, but I don't like all of it.
Hardcore fans who collect obsessively.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Who do we have left here? We've got Doug and Rick. So, Rick, I'll pull you up here. We'll solo you. This thing's a whole clusterfuck, so why not just make it more of a clusterfuck? I'm gonna. We already talked about Magic Sword. You got one last one to show. Do you want to show it?
I was gonna say, do you want to do the sample first? And
Yeah,
then...
let's do the sample first.
All right.
And this is good stuff. I kind of dug it. I got it somewhere in the middle of the track though, where it got kind of epic.
Okay.
Can you hear it?
Look at those masks.
Yeah, look at it.
That's what they actually wear on stage.
That's good. Are you guys hearing it?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Let's note what it says here, guys. When the magic sword appears, good will always prevail. There you go. I think that was about 2 minutes, give or take. All right, Rick, what you got?
All right. Well, first I have to disclose that I'm a
much better picture, man. Much better. You had a bad.
I switched my Wi-Fi signal, and I think that might have done the trick. I didn't know it was being choppy. No one mentioned it.
Oh, it was so bad earlier. I should have said something earlier.
Whoops. All right. Like I said, I have to disclose. So I'm a paid shill. So I'm a sponsored message for this next one. So yeah, I feel gross for doing that. So if you want to blow me up.
Okay, sorry.
Just quickly.
Yeah, I'm so far off the fucking. Let me do this quick.
But quickly, yeah, that track that you just played, it feels like there's a whole school, like lots of bands doing that, and I believe it all started because of this.
Oh.
Like when this came out with the tracks by College, Kavinsky, after that there was so many bands doing that kind of stuff. Which is
I think the benefit you get is checking out like their little their little live gimmick, with the masks and stuff. It's like a whole thing. You definitely check it out on YouTube. It's pretty amusing. Yep. It's like going to see Blue Man Group or something. You're like, what the hell is this? Yeah. So this next one is brought to you by Coca-Cola Starlight. All right, I feel gross. Never again. Coke, I'm not taking another check from you. So this is a project named after a Dark Throne song from Soulside Journey, Neptune Towers. So I thought I'd just pull a classic. Why not?
Ooh.
So Fenris didn't pull that one for a listen.
I thought most people would be familiar with it, but then I figured not everybody here is a big metal crowd.
That's
Maybe
true.
Not everybody,
Yeah.
Even though this is not a metal thing. When you think of the 90s and like the ambient, prolific black metal guy, you think of Burzum, right? Like that was the one, right? But like Fenris, well, he had this and a bunch of other projects going on. I think in the 90s, he had like all this stuff going on, so this is just another one of those things that, he dipped his, his work into and kind of went all spaced out. So this is Klaus Schultz, Warship, Jean Michel, like all that stuff. And I remember I didn't know about this in the 90s for some reason. It just completely. And when I found out about it, I'm like, I didn't realize Fenriz was on that side of things, but pretty cool nevertheless. So Peaceville reissued this, and so there was 2 of these made. So I'm gonna cheat a little, because I kind of have to show both because he kind of just abandoned the project after that. So that was because they kind of go hand in hand. So we got Caravans, which came out in '94, to Empire Algol,
Horsehead Nebula,
very famous picture, and then Transmissions from Empire Algol right here. Also important to note that this one here actually has about 15 minutes of music from what would have been the next release, the third album, which never came out.
Which one's the best one?
Right here. Well, it's just like 2 tracks. It's like 23 minutes.
No, I mean, which one's the best of the 2 albums? Are they both about the same?
They're about the same to me anyway. I probably spun this one more just because I like the Horsehead.
I was gonna say the artwork's cooler.
But it's not essential stuff. It's basically a tribute, right? So if you love this kind of thing, great. But if you're like just trying to pick up everything Fenriz has done, this would probably be there. But it's not like essential if you're just into the metal stuff. It's nothing like that. I know like this is a lot more involved than something like what Blood Incantation did. Because like their stuff is way more toned back than this was. But at the time, people did not respond very well to this kind of thing. It's just like, what the hell is this?
I'm sure it didn't sell like he maybe hoped, but
it's happened before. Another reason why he probably abandoned it. But I think over time it's just a little more appreciation and other influences coming on, and there's a bunch of these Tangerine Dream kind of just Warship things have come along the way, and this is just another one. Just kind of Fenriz putting his ideas in order, just kind of see what he can do. I think he did a fairly good job. I was just surprised he never really did this kind of thing and reached out. Even nowadays, like what are those? I mean, they got other little side things, but nothing quite as ambitious. This is a really ambitious undertaking, in my opinion. So yeah, I thought I'd end it with that. And
cool. We'll do a quick round here of honorable mentions in 1 sec. I think am I it? No, Doug, we're going to throw Doug's still awake. You awake? You look like you were sleeping there. Hold on a second.
Oh, I'm doing stuff at the same time.
Hang on. We'll throw your track up. Doug chose, what'd you choose? Computer World, right?
Oh.
Do a little craft work here. You can show your last one. Whoa.
In Togo and Deutsche Bank, FBI and Scotland Yard. In Togo and Deutsche Bank, FBI and Scotland Yard.
Okay, a classic there, obviously. And Doug, what's your last choice? Why does it do that?
I went with something a little weird. Tomita, the planets, which is his interpretation of bolts, planets. It's a symphonic interpretation of the solar system.
Right.
So he took that and basically put it to synthesizers, electronic music, and there's some fairly solid tunes on this album. It was something for me. It kind of bridges classical and electronic music in a very interesting way. So it makes it a bit more maybe palatable for people that like can't sit down and listen to a bunch of violins and bassoons and whatnot. I mean, this makes it, to me, it makes it a little bit more exciting because there's sound effects, there's unusual sounds, there's vocoders in it. It makes the original recording stand out a bit more, in my opinion. And he's done some other stuff, but the live at Linz, he took a couple of those songs off the album and played them live. And that's just, if you look into that album, it's just nutty what he did to record that. He was like hanging from a glass triangle from a crane, and there's helicopters. There was like a boat with musicians on it, and he was conducting everything with these synthesizers all around him. A very avant-garde individual. He died a few years ago.
What was the name again? It was
Tomita.
Yeah, your Wi-Fi has really been bad since you came back on. Is anyone else getting the full?
Yeah, he's breaking up.
Yeah, it's starting and stopping really bad.
I can try switching, but
yeah. For some reason, you've just been splotchy since you came back on.
So it was Tomita, and I'll leave it at that.
Okay.
So my Wi-Fi.
Hey James, just to let you know, man, we can't name every single electronic artist in here tonight. You're throwing a bunch of names out, which is cool, but you know, we all had 5 choices, and we may throw a couple quick honorable mentions up, but there's no way in hell we were ever gonna, you know, get every possible important name out there in a 3 or 4 hour episode. So, you know, it's
not
just,
even like 0.1%.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, all right.
Oh.
Am I any better right now?
A little bit, but we lost Jeff.
Oops.
He is a rotating circle.
That was a trade-off. We got
Got me back, lost him.
All right, man. Now I go. You guys there?
We can hear you. We lost your camera though.
Yeah,
there he is.
This fucking thing locked up again on me. I'm real worried that the hard drive's going on me out of somewhere because it just suddenly just blinked out. Okay, real quick, I'll do mine, and then we'll do. Oh, actually, Nick, let's do yours quick.
Okay.
Now here's a weird thing. Jesus fucking Christ! I don't see Kellen. I don't see Stunty anymore. I don't see Melinda. It's like it's picking up pieces, and Doug's back perfectly fine. So,
I see Melinda.
What the fuck, man?
Yeah, Doug's clear as a bell.
All right, I don't know what's going on here. I'm gonna play.
Casting spells right now. I can see that.
I'll play yours, quick, Nick. And this is Survive, right?
Survive, and the song is Floating Cube.
You didn't need it started anywhere specific, right? Can you hear?
Motherfucker.
Can you hear it?
No. There it is.
You hear it?
Yep, I hear it.
How stressful is this? All right, cool stuff. And that's the
Yeah.
dude from
Stranger Things.
Stranger Things. Okay.
Yeah.
What's their names? You know?
I can look it up. Hold on 1 second here.
Melinda, say something.
Can you hear
Kyle
me?
Dixon. Oh, sorry.
Can you guys hear Melinda?
Yeah, I heard her.
Yeah, see, I've got 3 people that are black squares. Fucking unreal. All right.
Yeah, Kyle Dixon, Michael Stein, Mark Danica, and Adam Jones. Not Adam Jones.
I was going to say not Tool Adam Jones.
Not Tool Adam Jones.
Okay. I'm going to try something here. Just stay with me 1 minute. I'm going to kill myself out and see if I can fix this problem because this doesn't make any goddamn sense.
I'm buying this album, by the way.
Oh, isn't that great?
Yeah.
Total fucking retro. Like, honestly, like I said, just take, honestly, the first movie I thought of, oddly, because I think very cinematically with that stuff, is Shivers. Cronenberg, yeah.
Cronenberg, yeah.
Yeah, great movie. Like, just like I said, this is one you can just take one of those movies, turn it down all the way, play that in the background. You're set. Bowl of popcorn, I don't know, big bag of weed, I don't know.
Actually, I'm gonna do my pick real quick, and then I'll bolt and come back. So my pick is a Finnish duo, I believe. It might be 3 guys, but I think it's 2, called Pansonic. The albums are called Kesto. Came out in 2004 on Mute Records. It's a box set. Imagine that, guys.
Oh my god, so unlike you.
And there's 4 of them here. The first one, basically, they don't really have names of the CDs. They're just CD 1, 2, 3, and 4. Pretty cool artwork on them here. And they are kind of I think they're still going, I believe. They put a lot of albums out. This is the only one I own. Well, group I own. But basically, let me pull this over here a minute. Yeah. I'm going to read a little bit of someone else's view on it because it kind of coincides with mine. Inspired by the love of industrial music, electro music, concrete, Mika Villano and
Mika Vaino.
Mika Vino's love of Francis Bacon paintings in their usual concert annex. Pansonic has managed to create an ambitious music work that best encapsulated what they're about, noise and all its creative beauty and realized forms. The Francis Bacon influence comes from into this release through its daring structure. Kesto, by the way, roughly means strength or duration. It was originally a triptych with 3 discs, and then the last disc was added sort of as a bonus. The first disc consists of very heavy, dense, and abrasive sounds evoking early industrial, and particularly Suicide and Einstürzende Neubauten. It's the kind of sound that will not only collapse new buildings, but also drain a variety of bodily fluids and entrails. Sounds good. The second disc is an electro feel, but more chilled, more New Order than Ministry. It's still abrasive, but not in the way that the first disc was, quite chill and calm. Third disc evokes more music concrete and other academic music from the 50s and 70s through the 70s. Last track on the disc, for example, is made in honor of Alvin Lucier, experimental electronic music composer famous for I Am Sitting in a Room. A lot of found sounds are on here, but it's closer to Aphex Twin's selected ambient works than it is to Brian Eno's ambient series. And the fourth one is a pure drone album. So I'm going to pull up a sample of that one and hope everything doesn't crash horribly, which it probably will, I'm sure. And we'll give this one a go. We're almost wrapped up, guys. We'll do a quick round of honorable mentions fast then. All right, you get the picture on that one, right?
Yeah, it was good. I liked it.
There's a lot more abrasive stuff. I kind of tried to straddle, and I got to do it. I'm cheating. I'm going to do a little bit of this one.
Geoff,
Can you hear that one?
it's funny because how you read, like, Suicide and Einstürzende Neubauten, it's literally
I'm going to
exactly
cheat
that.
one little tiny bit here real quick. I have to play this. My favorite section. I just did that to make Stunty happy there.
Well, that's a nice bit from it. It's
Since he probably hates that album, I decided I would play just a little bit of it. All right,
that
I'm gonna
was
bail
okay.
out and I'll come right back and we'll wrap up. Sound good?
Word.
I just need to figure this out because I can't see the other guys. So let's do this. Hang on, guys. It's bizarre what's going on tonight. We've never had this kind of bullshit trouble here.
Gremlins.
I don't know why that album. I don't know if you like the band Sweet. They have like Ballroom Blitz and stuff.
Oh yeah, yeah.
We're good.
Fox on the Run.
Yeah, their last album that they did was very electronic. It was kind of a departure from everything they did before that, and there's some really interesting tunes on there, some interpretations and whatnot. I don't know why that reminded me of the Sweet album. I was trying to find the name of it, but it was the last album that they put out, and it was panned because it was more synth than guitar, and it disappointed a lot of people.
Does everybody have one or two quick ones they want to show as honorable
I got
mentions,
one.
and we'll fly through those and
Yeah, I
get
got like one or
Stunty
two.
to bed. That poor guy, he's been up all fucking night and all day and whatever. And the other people, anybody wants to hang afterwards, we'll do an after hang like we always do. But I got to get some people out of here so they can crash. I'm gonna do mine real quick. Finesse, Christian Finesse, Venice. It's treated guitar. It's super chill, super lush. It's kind of glitchy. It's the guitar isn't really, you can tell it's guitar, but you can't really tell it's guitar. You familiar with this one, Stunty?
Yeah.
Okay. You a fan or not a big fan of his?
Nope.
Nope, not a fan.
No,
I'm almost 5 for 5 with Stunty tonight. Almost.
No,
except for the
no.
Nurse Spoon.
No, but
He hates everything I've chosen.
No.
But I do like that Finesse. It's the only one I own. I think I own a comp that he's on too from Touch. And then the other one, I didn't want to double up. Well, did we have anybody choose Tangerine Dream tonight?
No, remember we left it off because Brian.
All right, I'm cheating. I'm just
Brian, can you get in here real quick? I know you're watching.
I'm just throwing this up. This is the second box set. I whiffed on the first box set like an idiot, and I shouldn't have. Stunny, do you have the first box set or no?
I have the first 4 albums.
Okay. Yeah, you only like the first 4 albums. Okay. Yeah, you probably don't like a lot of this then. It's a lot of the soundtracks and the some unreleased stuff and some live shows, Tangram logos, stuff like that.
Not liking doesn't mean hating either. It's just I don't need to have everything.
I gotcha. And then I just wanted to mention one other Nurse with Wound. Probably my favorite Nurse with Wound track ever is Funeral Music for Perez Prado. Probably the most beautiful, to me, the most beautiful thing that he's done. Salt Marie Celeste is also very beautiful as well. There's some others maybe that Stunty knows that I don't know.
I would agree on these two. Yeah.
What's that?
I would agree with you on these two, on Funeral Music for Perez Prado and Salt Marie Celeste.
Oh my God, it's so beautiful. Like, not to be morbid, but when I die, that's the track I want to be playing. And everybody would be like, what the fuck is this? It's just so beautiful and mournful and amazing. And this is actually a comp, I believe, right, Stunty? It's like a couple of EPs.
Yeah, because the track was one track originally on an EP called Baba Yaga.
Baba Yaga, yep. Mm-hmm. Yaga Blues is on here. And then there's some it's a weird mix of material because it doesn't seem to flow. But the reason you want this is for the 33-minute funeral music. It's just fucking devastatingly cool. All right, Doug, what do you got for honorable mentions?
So
look, I can see Doug, and he's not moving in.
Don't hex it.
Yeah.
Okay, so we talked about this a little bit. One of my favorites is disintegration loops.
There you go.
William
which
Basinski.
is this artist William. I want to say Banksy, but it's Basinski.
Basinski.
And where'd you learn about that one, Doug?
I just randomly you told me about it a long time ago.
Yes, I did.
So it's
and that's the box set. Is that the box set of CDs?
Yeah, it's a 6 CD box set.
Yeah,
includes everything. So what he did is he recorded a bunch of loops on reel to reel as part of a project and like put it in storage for 10 years or so, maybe even longer. And then when he took them out, he went to play them. The disintegration of the magnetic medium over time kind of got worse as the tracks played, and it's just it's just some simple loops, and it's very fun to listen to it when it's quiet and dark. And just over time, it starts off clean and it gets more and more muddy. And you would think it'd be boring, but it's like 30-40 minutes of the same loop just disintegrating over the course of the entire playback. and the effect is rather cool. And he found out about it when he went to digitize the music.
Wow.
Actual project, and it was kind of an accidental thing, and he released it as I know I got the 6 CD set.
I think it's 5.
Yeah.
It's
There's
5.
a sixth, yeah, but in the box there's a 6th one which is a live orchestration.
Oh,
of
is
it.
that what it is? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have it. I thought it was only 5 in there, but it's also important to note that when he was digitizing these, it just happened to be September 11th.
Oh.
And the planes hit. He lives in New York and overlooks. I think he lives. Did he live in the Jersey side, or was he in Manhattan?
No, he lives in New York, and what happened? He had started the process that Doug just described,
right?
And he had a loft with like access to the roof.
Yep.
And he was having a listening session with his friends of the result of that on the roof while September 11 happened.
Yeah, while
So-
the buildings were going down,
and
and they
it-
videotaped that too. Then I believe.
Yeah, they took lots of photographs, but
Yeah.
and the disintegration loops are the music in the that is being played in the 9/11 museum memorial.
It is. That's what
Yeah.
they're using there. Wow.
Yeah.
Have you seen him live?
Yeah.
Okay. I know he's coming over there again.
He's
I
a
think he was
saxophone
just.
player originally.
Say again.
He's a saxophone player.
Yeah, yeah. He seems like a cool guy. I tried to get him on for an interview. I haven't. He didn't respond to me, so I'm gonna give it another shot here soon. Yeah, that's a good one, Doug. Anything else? That it?
I'm going to throw out Quantum Fante, which is a band out of Belgium, and I saw them. There's a near fest. They have the Sunday morning band. They used to, anyways, and it's generally somebody you've never heard of, and in this particular festival, it was Quantum Fante, and these guys just blew me away. On what is this? Prague Archive. So they're a Prague band that are heavy keyboards, but they got some guitar and stuff in there. It reads, the sound is full of different instruments and sound effects through the keyboards, although the keyboards are a substantial part of it. There's a notably science fiction feel to the instrumental music. So it's all instrumental, and there's 7 albums or so. If this description sounds unfamiliar, maybe the name Ozrek Tentacles, if that's pronounced right.
Yeah.
Does ring a bell. But let's see. It's a lot more than just a clone of Ozrek. Their music is sounding like a mixture of progressive rock, electronic music, groove, world music, and most of all, psychedelic rock. It also contains elements of reggae and dub. So
cool.
I love these guys.
What's the name of it again?
Quantum Fante.
Oh, I never heard of them. Interesting. All right, Salty. I keep calling you Salty. Stunty. Sorry about that. What you got?
Quickly, because you said like 5 + 2, so I had prepared like.
Scorn. Yeah. We talked about them.
Yeah, the last good album of Scorn, in my opinion. Yeah, I think it's the 4th studio album, and where like the whole rock remains, because Scorn is Mick Harris from Napalm Death.
Yeah.
And it started out as like industrial metal grindcore, then it got dub, then dub ambient, and this is electronic. And after that, it became a bit boring. But I think this is like where a peak, like the Orb album in a way.
What's the name of that album?
Gyral.
Gyral, right? Yeah, that's a good one. It's a real good one. He also had Lull. He did Lull. I don't know if he's still doing it.
A bunch of CDs and a couple of LPs under the Lull. Yes, he has many. He has dozens. Yes.
Is he still making music?
Yeah.
Oh, he is? Okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure. He was the original drummer of the band, I think.
Yeah, he was the original drummer of
Yeah.
Napalm Death,
Scum.
the founding member of.
Yeah.
And funny to know, actually, he was a teenager back then. But him and Justin Broderick, before they were doing Napalm Death, they both, each on their own, had cassette labels which was only like noise, electronic, industrial music. So they were really into that already.
Very cool, man. Very, very cool. That it? Anything else?
Not more.
Oh, Coil.
Just
Yeah, I was gonna say you
Coil.
have to say some Coil.
Mhm. This is Black Antlers, which was released first as a CDR, then a double CD, and this is the bootleg, the only vinyl version of it.
I've not
which
listened to that one. I need to check that one out.
it may be my favorite Coil record. This is after John Balance died, so there's half of it is instrumental. It's pretty harrowing. And
Really?
last, probably of albums with non-long form tracks, when most of the tracks are like between 2 and 5 minutes long. My favorite album ever, All Genre, the only album where I like every single track.
LFO. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Somebody was asking about that earlier.
Oh, okay. Well, I think this is 14 tracks. I mean, it was first released as a single LP, 12 tracks. The CD had 14, and then they did a double LP. And this is Bleep House. This is a very specific moment in British electronic music, dance music. Every track is different from each other, and they all sound like LFO. Mark Bell went on to produce and ghost produce most of Björk music until he died in 2007, I think, 2008, maybe. No, a little later, in 2010, I think. Also of leukemia or something like that. But
I don't know that, and I should.
He also produced Depeche Mode. He produced extremely influential musician that and basically Aphex Twin, Ottaker, all that, they would probably not exist the same way they do without LFO, because Warp Record was founded on the success of LFO. And there is
and that's why I should know them. And we didn't even show any Aphex or Ottaker or
you said that this is the first installment, but I wanted to say also that in the US, LFO was published on Tommy Boy, and it was used. It was in the early 90s. It was the music used to demo sound system in cars because it's so bass heavy that the cassette of this album got very popular at one point in 91, 92, because every car dealer used it to demonstrate how good the bass in the stereo in the cars were.
What's LFO stand for?
Low frequency oscillator.
Oscillator. Okay, that's why I was wondering what the O was. Yeah. Awesome, man. Killer. Melinda, what you got?
I must have missed the memo about having.
You missed memo about the.
About having.
No one follows the rules here. God, right?
All right.
So I'll pull a couple out of my butt. Transmillennia
so we had the
Consort.
balls, we had the tits, and now we got the butt. We're moving.
Transmillennia Consort Plot 0 would be one. And then Brian and Roger Eno Mixing Colors.
There we go. Yeah, we didn't even, I mean, until we had no Eno mentions either. Wow. And that's a collab. What you got, Kellen? Any HMs?
Just shifting gears. So if there were a second, I definitely had like a theme tonight for my choices.
Yeah.
But
it's all right.
A record label that was really big for me was Ninja Tune. So this is Marabou State in Kingdom of Color, or Kingdoms in Color. But this is definitely a bit more in the like trip hop world. So that's a big part of my electronic music consumption. And people in the chat were talking earlier about DJ Shadow introducing. I mean, I pulled that, but maybe for another time, another place.
Introducing, absolutely, yeah.
But yeah, so recommendation, Marabou State there, Kingdoms in Color. And then
what's the name of it again? I'm sorry, what's the name?
Marabou State is the name of the project. They're out of Houston.
Okay. Cool artwork.
Yep. And then there's a sort of emerging young jazz scene in the UK, and this is Kamal Williams, The Return. So there's an interesting sort of progression from the influence that trip hop has made as a extension of hip hop, and now it's sort of making its way into the jazz world.
Yeah. There's a guy named Nils Peter Moliver. Do you know him?
I do not.
Moliver, I'm not sure. It's Norwegian dude. Really cool trumpet player, and he adds a lot of like ambience and trip hop beats into the thing. So it's kind of weird. It's kind of like Bitches Brew now. You know, it's like it's sort of like if you could envision what Bitches Brew would sound like with a lot of modern electronics in it. It's pretty cool. That's something Khmer would be. I'll send you a link to that one. But let's see, Jake, what do you got as honorables? You're muted. Your dog. Just get your dog unmuted.
Oh, she's already in her kennel. She went to bed.
Okay.
She was up late tonight.
That's what it was. She was bitching, saying, "I want to go to sleep."
Well, it's not school night, so it's okay.
No, we were gone most of the day, so she had a lot of energy built up. But since Brian didn't make it, I pulled this for him. I think this was a choice to play. Carnifexian, Age of Spiked.
Yeah,
Mace.
I actually killed all those. Hang on a minute here. I'll look it up.
Pretty cool dungeon synth album.
I gotta find it. I gotta find it again. Hold on.
I'll keep showing my honorables.
Okay, show your stuff while I pull that up.
This is Choke Chain. Chain Tactics. This is just a demo of IDM stuff put out by Reclusion Records. More dungeon synth. We got Tangora Dream Prologue. This is a box set with. Turn them around.
Hey, how do you spell that again?
Which one?
Carnifex.
Yeah. Like that band, and then IAN.
Well, no. Is it CARNI?
FEX.
Okay. Got it.
Yeah, this is some killer dungeon synth. A lot of people think it is the guy behind Thief and Sequestered Keep. Marty mentioned that earlier. I tried to verify that, but I couldn't. For sure, there's a lot of mystery surrounding who they are. And then,
oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Last honorable mention was Chocobo and Chill. If anybody ever played Final Fantasy,
What?
if you played Final Fantasy, you know what a Chocobo is. Final Fantasy 7.
Wow.
My partner's favorite game is Final Fantasy 7.
Here's my issue. My issue, though. I know what Netflix and chill means, but Chocobo and chill, it sounds disturbing. I'm just saying.
I'm gonna give you the bird.
You see the look in that bird's eye. That's Rick. You know what his intentions are. But yeah, this is a bunch of Final Fantasy soundtrack, but it's done in like the chill wave style. Pretty cool.
See, I'm looking at the bird's eyes, man. I've had pupils that dilated before, but there was a reason.
We know why that was.
Yeah.
It was medicinal.
It was medicinal.
Well, Jake kind of looks like Silent Bulb anyway, so there's a theme with this dilated.
Fucking Chochobo was at an all-night rave.
Hang on, Jake, I'm coming. All right, so we'll do Brian since he couldn't. Shit, I had his list, and I don't. Brian, if you're still watching, send me your list. I had it, and I think I got rid of all the individual email text messages, so I don't remember exactly what it was. But we'll share your Age of Spiked Mace. Kind of medieval, baby. Right.
Feel like I'm in like a medieval town about to purchase some wares.
More porridge, sir.
Potion, definitely a potion right there.
May I smite thee with my axe?
You don't ask for permission, Jeff. You just do it. This is
That was-
medieval.
Then that's been my problem all along.
It's a have at thee and then they die.
Excuse me, sir. Could I split your skull in twain? Is this Jake? Is this technically dungeon synth or is this medieval synth? Did I lose him?
I think there's a town of dungeons.
Okay. Was it Dark Age Productions? All right. And the last one, actually, I forgot to do this one. I'm going to do this one real fast, and then we'll wrap it up.
Wait, I got one honorable mention.
Okay. Let me just do this real quick.
Okay.
So this was John's choice, Atrium Carceri Reborn. Pretty fucking creepy. Can you hear it?
Yeah. No. Is it playing?
Yeah, it's coming on. Oh, no, it's not.
Hit play.
There,
That
you go.
helped.
Yep, there we go.
She's been strangled. Her throat's been slashed. Jagged wounds running down the left side of the abdomen. The tissue's been cut through. And 3 cuts running down the right side.
There you go. Some creeperama there. Kind of in the vein of what Kellen and I played.
Yeah.
Just haunting. Like you said, being in a prison late at night by yourself alone.
Oh, no. Falafel's got it right in the comments.
Silent Hill.
Silent Hill.
Yep. And you had something you wanted to share, Nick?
Yep. Just pretty much kind of piggybacking off of Melinda's first one. I as soon as you asked me to do this, this was one of the first things I thought of because I fucking love this album. This is the Crystal Method's second album, Tweekend, which I think honestly is my favorite. Gets a little bit more funky, a little bit more wild. Tom Morello's on here. This has got the big single, Name of the Game, but big one on here, Over the Line. Just a nice little trippy, weird kind of drive through the fucking hills and shit. But yeah, a little bit weirder, a little bit more kind of, I don't know, just strange and aloof and kind of more loose and fun on this one. But yeah, I just wanted to bring it up because I fucking love this album. And honestly, another good bass test for your system is the opening track, PhD. That shit fucking rumbles.
Cool. Kellen, this is Pilt Nils Peter Molliver. I just happened to see it sitting there. And if you like that jazz with trip hop in it, you're gonna love this. Very cool. Comes the version, it's ECM, which I believe is Norwegian, right? Stunty?
German.
German? Are they?
Yeah, from Berlin.
I thought they were fucking. I didn't know that. Last one, just as the last one. You guys know Grassy Knoll? Stunty, you know Grassy Knoll?
Nope.
Really? I got him. Yes. We got him. We got him. No, just.
Well, no, you got him.
I got him. Really, really cool.
Oh no.
It's a sponsored by
I
Blue
knew
Cross.
almost none of the entries of Kennel.
Did I miss it, or did Rick not have?
Oh yeah, I got a couple here.
Rick, I'm scared of this. You got like 14 fucking albums you're gonna show.
13.
13. All right.
Just under. No. This one's kind of a funny one because take I don't know, take like just garage noise, it just mix in a whole bunch of shit. And normally it's supposed to sound like shit, but these guys got together. I think these two guys called R.L. Stein. I don't know if they're named after the Goosebumps, but anyway, so they decided, let's do this, save up a whole bunch of money, and get one of the best engineers of the time, which is Steve Albini, right?
There you go.
Yep.
Right, to do this right here.
What the hell?
Yeah.
Dude, that is amazing.
What? It's called Jam.
Wow. That's I like the sharks on
It's
it.
very no frills. Like it's just a bunch of noise and a lot of empty in the middle. Go on the breath mint. There you go. That's what was on the sleeve.
And wait, is it Steve Albini produced or he's on it?
He was involved in the production.
Oh.
He's actually quite
Wow.
proud of it. It's like the most pristine sounding noise.
There you go.
It's not economically viable, but somehow they made it work.
It's got some of that Neurosis noise vibe to it.
This one here is so if you want your Burzum without the sketch, right? Especially that middle really ambient period. This first Luster album, right here, Night Spirit. Kim is really cool kind of splatter here. But out of Sweden, it's got quite a few albums. Jake knows.
Yeah, Luster is awesome.
Really good stuff. So Norvis put this out. So this is the reissue.
Just remember, we're gonna try to do another episode at some point. So save some for. I know you got plenty, but
all
Kellen,
right, I'll stop it there.
Kellen, that wasn't Hexen. Wasn't the album you had, right? Yours was Haxon, right?
Hexen. No, I have that album from Agast. It's
No, I was talking to Kellen. Talking to Kellen a minute. Kellen, what was that?
I think it's a different record.
No,
A
it's
different
not
record.
the same.
Okay. Sorry, Stunty. What were you saying?
No. It's I thought you were commenting on the comment you put on screen, like the.
Well, I was, but I was talking about. I thought that was the one that Kellen had showed earlier, but it's Haxon, not.
No, Agast is a band that was originally on the album was released on Cold Meat Industry, and then it was reissued elsewhere. So it's a creepy record. It's like witch chanting, but like exactly what you would expect and not be disappointed in.
Yeah, I didn't know that the girl was actually killed. Wow.
Yeah, that was that crazy crossbow.
Yeah, I remember
fucker.
that crossbow shit. Yeah, he killed that
Yeah.
one. Yeah, I didn't know that was her though.
Yeah,
I knew she was a musician. I didn't know that.
Yeah, she was married or was like the ex of.
Samuth.
Yeah.
Samuth from Emperor.
Yep. There it is.
Yeah.
Oh, I
Well,
didn't know
listen, guys, we knocked out. I was gonna say we knocked out 50 albums, but let's be honest here. Brian was out, so we only did Anyways, no, we probably knocked out about 75 albums because cheaters. Just saying. But anyway, I want to thank all you guys for jumping in here for the inaugural edition of this. I know some of you guys are way up past your bedtime, and some people haven't slept for a day or something like that, probably. So, want to thank Stunty for being here from all the way from Sweden. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it very much. Hope you enjoyed this and all the terrible
absolutely.
picks I had.
No, you didn't. I had most of yours.
Yeah. You probably own everything that I have, I'm sure. And Rick, thanks for cheating all the way through.
Creatively cheating, though.
Creatively cheating, yes, sir. Kellen, thank you for being here, man, because it's been a while. I haven't seen you for a while. And anybody got anything they want to pimp right now? I know, Kellen, you do the Wednesday night thing, right?
Yep, we got a album club every Wednesday, 9 p.m. Eastern time. So
On heavy metallurgy.
Yep,
right.
The heavy
You
metallurgy
guys
channel.
haven't watched Kellen's latest video on his own channel. It's
The
pretty killer.
Chilean metal one.
Yeah.
Yeah, not yet.
Great
A
video.
little bit of a history lesson. It's cool.
Yep.
I know very little about that stuff, so I'll have to check that out. Melinda's working on an album, guys, but I'm not supposed to tell you yet. Shh. Don't tell anyone. I tried to get her to put her stuff up on SoundCloud today. She said no, not yet. But I tell you, it's really fucking good, man. If you like Boards of Canada, her last track is super Boards of Canada. It's super cool. Doug, what do you got going on, man? Any operations coming up? Every time I talk to Doug, he's getting an operation.
No. I'm starting a job in.
Oh, that's right. You start your new job. Even though you were retired. You were only retired for like about 3 months, right?
No, it's been a year.
Has it been that long?
Yeah.
Well, you are an old man. You know, you got to earn your keep here. Let's see. Nick, what you got going on? Anything major?
I'm almost done getting through all the shit I bought in Florida.
And that was when? In April? The beginning of April?
Back in April. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I'm on to Denver, which that'll take, months.
Another 2 months.
What'd you buy in Florida?
Oh, I went down and hit up like every record store in the St. Pete area and Tampa, and I bought stuff.
Which means, let's just put it this way, Doug.
Oh yeah, no, Banana Records had some really good ones. That's where I got King Crimson, and Sound Exchange, and Clearwater Records. There's a really cool underground metal label, metal record place in Tampa that I went to. Fuck.
And what you have to understand with Nick is when he goes on a trip like this, he takes an extra suitcase just for CDs. That's
I
not
did.
a lot.
I legit did. I filled it too.
Yeah.
Well, Banana Records is it the world's largest record store? They've got a storefront, then they've got a warehouse.
The warehouse
that has like over 1 million albums in it.
It's
Stunty,
pretty
we gotta
insane.
get you over there, Stunty. Or have you been there? You were in Florida, right?
I've been there. Like Florida is where I've dug the most in the US. It's amazing.
Most damage, huh?
Yeah.
Did you take an extra carry-on bag?
You haven't met Florida man, that's why.
Yeah, and for me it's vinyl. So for Nick, it's I don't feel bad for him. It's easier. CDs.
Yeah.
It is
cake.
Yeah, vinyl. You have to exercise a little bit of restraint, probably, right?
I can't.
No, we wouldn't know that looking at your prior positioning there. Jake, what you got going on? You still doing it? Oh, that's your bedroom and it has vinyl.
Yeah, even there.
Jake, what do you got going on? Anything?
If somebody stops being lazy, I might have a collab video on a certain channel soon.
That was passive aggressive plus.
I think he's talking about somebody here, not me, but somebody.
I'm lazy, but it's not talking about me.
No.
That
was a self jab, but yeah.
Oh, that was at yourself.
Yeah.
Ah. Okay.
But yeah, eventually I'll get some stuff up on my channel going.
The only things I have planned, and I'm not sure where it's going to go after tonight, but the only thing I sort of have in the hopper is next Sunday is the Magnum deep dive with Andy over at Cloudy Milder. They're one of my favorite pump AOR hard rock bands from the UK. A lot of great albums, a lot of good tunes. That's planned for 4:00 next Sunday. There is maybe an interview with David DeFeast from Virgin Steel coming Tuesday. I have to really think about that because I don't think I'm as prepared as I hope to be. And then Rick and I are going to talk to the dudes from High Reaper tomorrow night at 4:00. It's just going to be a laid back hang with
It's
Shane.
not like a deep dive or anything or interview. It's just
It's not like a super deep interview. It's just going to be sort of a chill and talk about music and all that kind of good stuff. So I guess we're going to do a post hang, just a bullshit hang for maybe, I don't know, an hour and a half, 2 hours, something like that. But I think we'll wrap up here. I want to thank all you guys for doing this a lot. I really appreciate it. Stunty, I really appreciate you either getting up after only a few hours or else not sleeping at all, one or the other. It's cool of you to hang out with us, and hopefully we'll be able to have you back, or if I'm not around, some of the other guys will invite you into some of their stuff.
Or I will, on my.
Yeah. Actually, I was in Stunty's. He does. How often do you do them? Regularly or just irregularly with your?
Every week, every Friday evening for me, which is 10 o'clock p.m. for me, and which is probably around like 4 o'clock in the afternoon East.
Right.
I do a 2.5 hour stream where I play just like modern classical, avant-garde, free jazz, folk music, just everything and its opposite.
Yeah, so go to Stunty's YouTube channel and check that out. And I stopped in Friday night. And it was funny. I posted something, and all these people are like, "Yeah, we know who you are." I'm like, "Who are you guys? I don't know you guys." They don't say anything on my streams, so if they watch, didn't know it. But that was kind of cool. So, all right, guys. Well, anybody have any last parting words?
It was fun. Thank you.
That works.
Let's get electric, man. All right, hang on, guys. One sec.
fine and dandy.
Gonna end now.